I grew up in a house where my backyard was a huge forest in rural Illinois. When I was a kid, I loved being outdoors and would take every possible opportunity to run amok in the woods with my best friend. When we were younger, 11, 12, we stayed closer to the house and the outskirts and climbed the trees. As we got older, 13, 15, we would venture deep, walking and swimming in the rivers, and building little forts. When I was 16, the forest was roped off and closed off to the public, as a company had began illegally dumping lead, or mercury, into the woods, but that's another story. It was the middle of a hot summer, and I was about 15 at the time. Dusk was approaching and my friend had to go home for dinner, but I wasn't quite ready to leave. We parted ways, and I climbed up a tree near my favorite spot over the river. Now, these woods backed up to a local gun club, so it wasn't uncommon to hear shooting. However, this gun club was contained in its own private property and the members never ventured out into the forest. I sat in my tree for a little bit and ate the blackberries I'd picked earlier while watching it get darker, when I suddenly spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. At first I assumed it was a younger deer because it was larger but not huge, but I quickly realized it was a man. He seemed to be in his late 30s or early 40s, and he wore a black t-shirt and camo pants with creepy, wiry facial hair. He was skulking, like he didn't want to be seen. I thought this was odd, but had no intention of making my presence known since something felt wrong, and being a 15-year-old girl alone in the woods I knew I was at a disadvantage. I slowed my breath down and watched. At first he didn't say anything as he walked around the base of the trees. It was around that time that I realized he had a gun slung over his back. Once he got near the river where my friend and I had been loudly goofing off maybe 10 minutes earlier, he started calling out, "Hey! Anyone here? Help?" while grabbing his rifle. When there was no response and no noise, he gave up after a few minutes and began walking downstream. I waited until it was pitch black before sliding out of that tree as quietly as I could, running home, and having my parents call the cops. They never found anything. I could never bring myself to go back. I was camping at a popular campground in the mountains with my boyfriend. But it was November and it was their last open weekend, so no one was there. We were chatting and having a good time around the campfire and drinking. My boyfriend had to go pee, so he walked to the other side of the road and peed in the bushes. While over there he very slowly and quietly got my attention and pointed out the large glowing eyes staring back at him from the bushes. He still has his dick out while in a stare-off with a mountain lion. We very carefully backed up and stayed really close to the fire until we went to bed in the car instead of the tent. We could hear it walking around after we went to bed that night. The worst part was I went to find the pit toilet 15 minutes before this all happened. By myself. I even got slightly lost while trying to find it and was probably being stalked by the cougar. I've been pretty nervous camping ever since. My dad used to take me hunting on public hunting land in the late 80s, early 90s, and we would always, and I mean always, see the same affable elderly gentleman out there. The nicest man. A bird watcher. He would wear head-to-toe bright orange so no one would mistake him as prey, and he stayed on the main roads and rode a bicycle. Just a fantastic human who spent hours talking to my dad about wildlife and life in general. All of game wardens in the area knew him, and so did most, if not all, of the regular hunters. Again, this man never went into the woods, wore bright orange, which included a bright orange hat, and rode a bicycle. He practically glowed. One day, this wonderful man was found, on the road, shot meticulously through the head. No one was ever arrested for his death. My father knew that no one could honestly state they thought he was a deer because of his precautions. We knew the poor man had been murdered. We never went hunting anywhere near there ever again. I saw an elf or leprechaun. So, I went off trail and started aimlessly wandering in the general direction of a peak in the Uintas. From up a steep slope and from behind some very thick tree line, I started getting pelted with green pine cones. Those shits hurt. They were flying at me from quite a distance, and I tried to angrily chase down the source, but the terrain was too difficult to negotiate quickly. I didn't see one shape or even the hint of movement through the trees at all. It's like the pine cones were coming from absolutely nowhere and arcing perfectly through thick trees and nailing me almost unerringly. Not a one hit a single tree or branch, and that would have been impossible for me to do. Worst part? I could hear faint, high-pitched, creepy laughter. I am a 20-year veteran in the Forest Service. I've worked as a ranger now for 12 years. My time, and in all my time working for the government, I've never encountered anything out of the ordinary. That is until my last station job as a ranger at Gooseberry Falls State Park in Minnesota. It was quite possibly one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had while on duty, and certainly not something I'll ever forget. Well, to explain how it happened, we need to go back about 6 months before that incident. I had been planning on retiring. My son had just graduated college and was looking to move closer to Minneapolis. So once he made the offer that he would work part-time with me while he looked for a full-time position, I decided to pass up retirement and stay on the job. By the way, I should make a note that this was all pre-covered. I had heard rumors of management positions opening up in the area. So after discussing it with him, we both agreed that he would come back home for around 6 months while I waited for the opportunity to present itself. I was first introduced to Gooseberry Falls State Park during my orientation as a ranger there, and they took us out into the park at nighttime. It was an amazing sight getting to see all these bright campfires down below from way above on top of the waterfalls. The rocks around the falls are very smooth and slippery due to years and years of erosion. You have to be careful if you want to climb down to view the falls at night. Our group had just finished our tour and was going to head back towards our cars when one of my co-workers, Tom, suggested that we climb down the falls, just for the sake of it. I agreed, and we should have known better, and so did a handful of others who were nearby. As soon as we began climbing down, I sensed something wasn't right, but being fearless, I pushed those feelings aside as nothing more than nerves. It started out easy, everyone traveling downward in a single file behind each other, staying close and yet far enough apart for safety's sake. Then, around 3/4 of the way down, things began to get a bit more dangerous. Tom fell. I didn't see him do it, but I heard the commotion. One of my other co-workers had seen what had happened, yelling up to us that he needed help getting Tom back up the rocks. 2 guys rushed down to assist in whatever way they could, and while Tom was being helped back up, one of my female friends called out for help above him, saying she was slipping. It turns out that one part of the path she had been walking, had gave way underneath and sent her tumbling downward. While this may have been scary in and of itself, what happened next could only be described as something straight from a horror movie. We're all standing there in shock at what had just happened when I heard the sound of movement. I looked up, and there at the top of the ridge was this figure with long dark hair watching me. It was terrifying. It was in all black and had these faint yellow glowing eyes. It was in that moment that I felt my entire body give way as if I suddenly lost control. The next thing I knew, I too was falling down to the grounds below me. Everybody rushed over to help save me, and one guy managed to grab hold of my hand while another wrapped his arms around one leg for whatever little good that did. They tried pulling me back up, but there was no use. I looked down below, and I could see there were people trying to help my friend, though they weren't having much success. I knew then that we were all going to die right here on these rocks if somebody didn't do something fast. That's why I remember the park ranger telling us about one of the waterfalls in this area called Lucifer Falls, which for some reason, nobody had ever been able to find after climbing down to view it at night. It was said that once you get close enough, you could hear voices, supposedly spirits whispering your name from below. Now, what is most troubling about this story is not so much what happened to me and my co-workers, but what happened with Tom and the female friend. As they were being pulled back up to safety, before either of them can make it out of the water completely, we noticed that their eyes had turned from their normal state into a solid black. It was like at this moment that my two co-workers realized that they were struggling with weren't actually Tom or the girl. I'll never forget hearing one of them scream as he pointed downwards towards whatever our friends had become. The other one, just before Tom and his girlfriend can pull themselves completely up onto the rocks, let go with both hands, jumping back down into the water below to avoid capture. We watched him swim off in the opposite direction, but by this time, there was nothing we could do to save him. We never did find out what happened to any of them after that day. I can only assume they were captured and are now being used as some sort of test subjects for whatever their reasons may be. Just looking at my own hands now, I can still see the long dark hair growing on them, like I saw that day. That's why I'm warning you all not to venture down this path at night. As a matter of fact, it might be best just to stay away from these woods entirely during nighttime hours, like we should have. Whatever it is that inhabits these lands does not seem too keen on having people wandering around here at night. But if you are, be careful, for you may soon find the woods themselves can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Normally, I get off work right around 10 p.m. This was at night when I saw this. I'm also going to leave my name out of this just in case it could hurt my law enforcement credentials. I don't know what I saw, but it was some sort of canine. I was driving down an isolated road that leads to one house on the other side of the hill. I haven't seen any cars or people on this road. It's more of a way for me to get home quicker without having to go all the way around by using this nifty shortcut. But as I'm coming up the hill on my way home, something in the middle of the road catches my eye. Well, it was more so on the side of the road, trying to make its way towards the middle. Before I even had time to think about stopping or barely swerving, whatever it was already up against my car with its front paws and claws up against the hood. This thing was huge. I slammed my gas pedal, hoping it would get out of the way, but I began hearing this little rumbling noise, like this dog growling at me. So, I got out of there fast. This thing went down on all fours from 2 and was now running alongside my car for a little bit before dropping back down behind me, disappearing into the darkness. Everything about this thing was huge. I can't get over it. It had massive legs and were just big. The entire body was big. Its head was huge. It had a very long snout and pointed ears. It looked kind of like a wolf but different. The largest wolf I've ever seen. And those eyes, its eyes were from a whole other world. They were bright red. Thanks for listening to my story. Feel free to share it if you'd like, as long as you keep my name out of it. I patrolled the vast expanse of Yellowstone National Park, a place of breathtaking beauty and tranquility. But lately, an eerie sense of foreboding had settled over the park, leaving everyone on edge. Reports of strange sightings and unsettling events flooded in, spreading like wildfire. Whispers of the Mothman had taken hold, fueled by stories shared on Reddit. As a park ranger named Ray, I prided myself on my rationality and level-headedness. I didn't easily succumb to stories of cryptids and supernatural beings. However, as the days went by, and more sightings piled up, even my skepticism began to waver. The Mothman, according to the Reddit threads, was a winged creature associated with impending disasters. Its ominous presence often served as a harbinger of tragic events. I tried to dismiss it as nothing more than folklore, but the growing tension among the park staff hinted at a collective fear. One night, under the watchful gaze of a full moon, I embarked on my usual patrol. The air crackled with an electric energy, and a thick fog enveloped the trees, lending an eerie atmosphere to the park. I glanced around, my senses on high alert. And then, I saw it. A silhouette emerged from the darkness, the unmistakable shape of a winged creature. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity. The Mothman. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I fumbled for my camera, desperate to capture evidence of this elusive creature. Before I could steady my trembling hands, the Mothman lunged at me. Its wings flapped with a thunderous roar, and I staggered backward, my heart pounding in my chest. It tackled me to the ground, but before I could react, It swiftly disentangled itself and took flight. Disappointment washed over me as I scrambled to my feet, my camera now a useless weight in my hands. I watched as the Mothman disappeared into the night, leaving me with a mixture of awe and frustration. The encounter had been brief, yet it confirmed the existence of this enigmatic cryptid. As the days turned into weeks, the park staff continued to report unusual occurrences. Mysterious accidents, unexplained phenomena, and an overwhelming sense of unease weighed heavily on our minds. The Mothman sightings had become more frequent, intensifying the sense of impending doom. I realized then that my skepticism had been shattered. The Mothman was no mere folklore. It was a part of Yellowstone's dark tapestry. I delved deeper into the Reddit threads, searching for answers, desperate to understand the cryptid's purpose and the impending disaster it seemed to foretell. In the end, despite my efforts, the catastrophic event that had been lurking on the horizon arrived. A violent earthquake shook the park, unleashing chaos and destruction. Buildings crumbled, trees splintered, and panic gripped both visitors and staff. As I surveyed the aftermath, I couldn't help but wonder if the Mothman had come to warn us or if its presence had somehow triggered the calamity. The answers remained elusive, lost in the chaos that had engulfed Yellowstone. I'm in no way, shape or form a hunter. However, growing up in Philly with a wooded creek behind our roadblock, my brother and I were always forbidden to play anywhere near there, and not even think about going down there. So as any little good children do. One boring summer day, we smelled smoke and heard noises and decided we were the best detectives to snoop it out. After minutes of walking farther into thicker brush, we finally saw the source of smoke. As we saw two men walking away from a burning car fire. It wasn't until a few years later, after dinner overhearing the adults talking about that poor unidentified little girl's remains found in a burnt skeleton of a car years ago in those woods, my brother and I, then 12 and 14 years old, looked at each other wide-eyed and jaws dropped as we put two and two together to realize it was most definitely what we had stumbled upon in the woods that day. And if we had been older or smarter, or unafraid of getting whooped for going down there in the first place, the murderers could have been caught, and even maybe that little girl could have been saved. But looking back, I realized more than likely she was already deceased before the fire. When I visit my family's rural house in the boonies of Tennessee, I take my shotgun every time. In the back is a high-walled fenced-in area for my dogs to F around in during the day and sleep at night since they get filthy. One night I wake up to the sounds for barking that I could tell was my dogs fearing something pretty badly. I grabbed the shotgun and went outside and fired off two of my confetti rounds in the direction of the fenced-in area, and I see this massive Bigfoot take off. The dogs slept as close to me as they could get that night. This is an encounter that my mother and my uncle experienced as kids in the 1970s in Tijuana, Mexico. When I was younger, my mom and my uncle would tell this story to us, and I always thought it was a ghost story. But recently I've been thinking it was an encounter. Please let me know if you had a similar experience and if you believe their story was an encounter as well. My mom lived with her older sister, older brother, and mom in a very old apartment complex. The complex was owned by my mother's aunt, but my grandma would run it to make money. The apartment complex was pretty large, and the one only bathroom they had was pretty far away from where they would sleep. My grandma took over a couple of the rooms on one side of the complex since they weren't being rented. There were around 3 to 4 rooms and they were being used as storage. One room was a bedroom and my mom couldn't recall what the other rooms had. In the actual apartment that was next to those rooms they had a kitchen, a TV and a room where they all slept together. Because the building was pretty old, most of the rooms didn't have light, but the actual apartment did. Since the bathroom was really far, my grandma would have my mom and her brother bring in a urine bucket at night. But since back then there was barely any lights, the nights would be very dark and it would make my uncle and mom super nervous. They would have to carry with them a cable light with them. So then one night, again my grandma forced them to go get the pee bucket, and they both nervously hurried to go get it while carrying the cable light. They got the bucket out the room, and as they were heading back, my uncle noticed a firelight in the patio, and immediately shields my mom and starts shaking. My mom, confused, tries to see what it is. The way she described it is like a fire-like projection, but not red, more like a whiter fire. They both run to try to go back to the main apartment, but their older sister, to mess with them, locked the door and wouldn't let them in. My uncle, out of fear, takes off, leaving my mom behind. My mom was so scared and peed herself. Out shock and fear, she falls to the floor and observed a shadow creature running out the light. She described this creature around a kid's size. She noticed its eyes, but it said although they were bigger, they weren't exaggerated, just bigger. For the color, she said it was like a grayish translucent color. My uncle, as he was running out, trips over a stair and then watched the shadow run out until it disappears. Once my mom's sister finally lets them in, they couldn't stop crying. They couldn't sleep or talk. They were traumatized for years. My grandma would try to make them explain. Other people believed that my grandma needed to dig a hole on the patio because the shadowy creature might have let them know there's a treasure. My grandma believed that if she dig a hole, she would find something bad. So that's it happened. For a while my mom and her brother weren't the same, and then when they finally were able to talk about it, my mom realized it wasn't her imagination. I think this story is really interesting because usually an experience like this happens to one person, but two kids? Perhaps they really did see that shadowy gray light creature. This happened about 15 years ago back in Mexico. Me and my dad, along with some friends, were out in the woods gathering firewood. An old dirt road used mainly by cattle and ranchers. No other traffic that far out. 10 minutes later, this nice new truck with tinted windows coming from the opposite direction stops maybe 25 feet in front of my dad's truck. We could hear somebody crying in the truck, most likely a woman, but I'm not sure. But me, being like 10, didn't think much of it and continued to grab fallen branches. The truck just stopped, but no one got out of the vehicle. My dad told us that it was enough for the day and it was getting dark. All the older guys in the group seemed to know something was up and jumped in the truck in a hurry. I even got my finger smashed on the door because of it. But again, I didn't think much of it aside from my finger getting bloody. I remember my dad driving fast. They talked and murmured, but it was grown-ups talk to me, and all I could think of was my finger and the pain. When we got back to the town, my dad pounded a few beers and they talked. Several years later, when I was in my early 20s, that memory came back and I connected the dots to what we witnessed. I never felt so much fear in my life before. To this date is the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I don't have the guts to bring it up to my dad. But I'm pretty sure that it was some sort of cartel-related deal, but for some reason they decided that we didn't see anything. Also, this is because back in the day and in my area you never really heard of crime like that. The only crime was cartel on cartel, super secretive crime. So I'm sure that whoever was inside probably had something to do with them, if it was cartel related. But I can only imagine what my dad felt having me and his friends with him there and seeing something that we were not supposed to see. It could have gone terribly wrong for all of us. I used to work at a weather station in northern Canada. It was a 24-hour place, so it was manned round the clock, and often by someone who was awake. I worked nights many times and I didn't see much creepy stuff, but heard a lot. Fairly nearby was a place where a couple of local guys housed their sled dog teams. You'd hear them yipping and barking now and then, and it was quite routine. Other times, it was apparent that a bear or wolf was over there and bugging them in their cages, because it was a lot more than normal barking. It was the sound of shit-scared dogs freaking out. I only heard this next thing happen one time, but pretty clearly something had gotten in there and killed at least one dog. I heard the sound of a living critter screaming while it was being killed, and it totally knew it. There is no other way to describe it. If you heard it, you'd know. I was recently working near a river in the British Columbia wilderness when about 20 meters from me and my coworker we heard loud footsteps crashing through the trees. My coworker yelled out. Nothing. The footsteps continued, but after he yelled out a second time, the footsteps stopped and then things went completely silent. There was other people in the vicinity throughout the week, but to our knowledge, nobody there that day. I grew up hunting and I am very familiar with the fauna of Western Canada. It sounded like a bull or cow, moose or elk. Perhaps a sizable buck. But to my knowledge they don't have the smarts to actively hide from humans when they are yelled at. Same with bears. Mountain lions, however, do. But I don't believe one would ever be so loud and clumsy sounding. WTF was in the woods? I'm not above thinking it was perhaps a Bigfoot. Or was it a sinister person? My daughter, who was 11 years old at the time, was visiting my parents for the weekend during the summer. They own 55 acres in the woods in northern Michigan. Most of the property near the home is cleared, roughly about 7 acres. The rest has sporadic trees here and there until you get to the back 8 acres. Before it gets dark they like to sit out on their screened-in porch and watch the deer come out to eat, which was done this night. The plan was to wait till the sun went down so she could practice riding her CT200 Coleman bike. It is a small bike that only went 20 miles per hour, and it had a decent headlight on it, so it was good for the cleared trails on the property. While her and my dad were sitting on the porch, just before sunset, my daughter was watching the open field for deer, but instead, she seen something that looked like a white dog moving very slowly. It was roughly 200 yards away from them, and she said, "Grandpa, what is that?" He looked very confused. My dad is a man who has grown up in the woods. He knows every animal and everything possible about where they live. He told her it looked like it could have been a white coyote. It had a similar size, but it didn't look like any coyote he had seen. The body of the creature was very thin, almost bone skinny, and didn't have a tail. He went and quickly grabbed the binoculars from inside the house. He looked and he said it looks really deformed, like a deformed pit bull. It's facing away, so I can't really see its face. It left view and they continued sitting there waiting for dark. When the sun set, my dad made sure to tell her not to go fast, because riding at night was something new. He knew that she knew the lay of the land well, but was worried since it was her first time doing laps night riding. When he was done with his safety brief, she took off. As she was riding her way around the property, she had a weird feeling of being watched. But she pushed those thoughts to the side because she assumed it was nerves on top of it being dark in the woods. As she rounded the corner to the straightaway with her light shining down the path, the light from her bike reflected back 2 eyes. She slowed her bike down, thinking it was a coyote or a deer. As she came slowly closer, she realized it was white. She was frozen in a panic when she realized that this was the creature she and my dad seen in the field. Only this time she was just feet away. The creature was facing her and she was able to clearly see its head this time. It was crouching with its long skinny arms hanging down against its side. It had the head of a human dying of malnutrition. It had a huge chest and its rib cage was very prominent. What she thought was white fur was skin. It had white skin with gray undertones. It looked like death. Its eyes were half the size of its head and completely reflected the light from her bike. She was still riding towards it, unable to react due to being frozen in fear. The creature's mouth then became clear. It was really big and unnatural. As she got closer, she started to realize that this creature was very tall like my dad, who is 6 feet 3. She said the long skinny arms that hung down to its sides had human-like hands. She started to feel sick and woozy. Then, she snapped out of it, turned the bike around and headed back to the house as fast as the bike went. My sister and I were out off-roading around 1 a.m. this one night in my old Jeep. We ended up coming across this large water retention basin and decided to explore it for a bit. While we were cruising around we started talking about skinwalkers and whether they're real or not. The conversation had spooked us both a bit as it was pitch black out, not a light in sight other than my light bars. We ended up changing the topic and kept on cruising. Not even 20 minutes later we both got this very uneasy feeling of being watched, and shortly after my dash lights started flickering slightly, something that they never do and haven't done since. already spooked from the previous conversation. This creeped us out even more, and we decided it was time to call it a night. As we were about to leave the retention basin, my Jeep engine died trying to climb the slight hill out, which was also not normal for my Jeep. It struggled to start, but eventually started and was barely running. At that point we were terrified, and I gunned it out of there while my Jeep continued to run like it had a bullet shot through the engine. We definitely said our prayers, as neither one of us was going to get out and take a look at that point. Once we got back to the main road, we made it to a gas station close by, and I stopped to investigate. Upon investigation, I found a vacuum line had come disconnected. A vacuum line that should not have come off, as it is a securely connected vacuum line. I reattached the line and my Jeep ran perfectly and has not come off years later. I've had, without a doubt, real paranormal experiences in the past, and this definitely felt the same. Was it just an unfortunate series of events, or was there something out there with us that night? I'll never know, and I definitely don't want to go back and find out for myself. I worked at a dog sledding company in northern Ontario this past winter. Our building was about a kilometer from the dog kennels. I know very well the routine barking and howling you mentioned. Our dogs, about 35, would do it usually twice a night. To other people it sounds aggressive, but when you know the dogs and they're barking, it sounds fine. I have never liked being outside at night, and my housemates like to have a fire most nights about 50 feet from the building. One night I was sitting in the common area reading, about 11 p.m. Suddenly they came bursting into the house yelling. I could hear the dogs barking, and over my friends yelling in panic I could hear something wasn't right with the dogs. The barks were shrieking and short, something was happening. Occasionally a dog would get out and pick a fight with another dog, that's what it sounded like. The aggressive, growl barking. I stayed at the building while the others piled into the Cub Cadet to go break up the fight. They came back 10 minutes later, white as ghosts. A wolf had gotten in, and a few of the dogs in one kennel had torn the fencing down and attacked it. Wolf was on the ground dying. 4 of our dogs were laying around the kennel in pieces, 2 more dying. They shot the 2 dogs and Wolf and were coming back to take a few minutes before picking up the pieces. The rest of the pack may still have been around, because it's unlikely one wolf killed 6 dogs by itself. I don't work there anymore. Way too intense for me. Last night I left to go home from a camping trip in Arizona. And let me tell y'all, something scared the shit out of me. I was driving back home to Cali from the forest in Forest Lakes, Arizona with my boyfriend in the car. Suddenly we see a huge dog-looking creature with white and brown on it. It was running in and out of the trees on our left side. My boyfriend and I try to slow down to see what the heck it was. But all of a sudden, when I barely can get a glimpse, it started sprinting at my car on my side. Mind you, I had the windows down, it was a cool night, but I shit you not, I freaking didn't hesitate to hit that gas pedal and GTFO there. I didn't care to look back or anything. I had that gut feeling and wanted out. But yeah, weird situation. Does anyone know what I might have seen? I know what a dog looks like in animals, but this thing gave me a whole different vibe. Just today I found a trail cam facing a daycare on one of the properties I manage. I cut it out of the tree. It's pretty creepy because the SD card is full of pictures from December 30th, 2017 to Jan 1, 2018. So in 3 days the entire thing got full, and no one came back for it for over a year now. There's no pictures of anyone setting it up. There's several pictures of cars driving by and an occasional picture of someone entering or exiting the building. But you can't make out any faces or license plates, and again no images of anyone setting it up or walking near it at all. Me and my co-workers came up with a few theories. First and easiest is a pervert. He got locked up for something else, and that's why the SD card hasn't been cleared of data in over a year. Second is a police investigator or fraud investigator, because the camera is facing the front door and the handicap parking spots. Was someone claiming disability and handicap when they really weren't, and the camera was put there to catch them walking with ease? Still doesn't explain why the trail cam would still be there though. Last is a jealous or suspicious lover spying on someone. Did they see what they needed and kill themselves? Did they kill the other person and get locked up? Maybe they had multiple trail cams and got the info they needed off a different one. Very creepy to me though. Me and a buddy were doing some backcountry hiking in the Great Basin in an area where all sorts of weird shit was prone to happening. There was some restricted military base in the general area, lots of military testing and maneuvers, and lots of crazy-ass weirdos that came through that area. We crested a tall hill and were looking out over a valley when we saw two other guys on a hill across from us. I took a look at them through my binocs and they looked pretty normal. One had a rifle, but that didn't concern me because lots of people would skeet shoot and such up in that region. I decided to give them a holler and wave just to let them know we were in the area just in case they were shooting. Well, they noticed us and the guy with the rifle raised it and pointed it in our direction. I tried to dismiss it as him using his scope to be able to see us as we were pretty far away. We resume hiking and next thing I know I hear shots landing on the hill we're on. Not terribly close, but we hoof it down that hill and up another one and I break out the binocs again. Well, those two guys had now made it across to the hill we were on before and were skulking around the brush. F that. I decided we needed to get back to camp, but that we couldn't make a beeline because it would take us across the valley and we would be spotted in a second. I saw that there was an old, dry washout that was the perfect depth to conceal us. We snuck our way down into it and it was literally like being in a trench surrounded by sheer dirt walls. We followed it around and out to safety, but it was pretty harrowing being in there because you couldn't see too much above and so we had no clue where those guys were. My buddy told me a story over ice fishing this past weekend. So, my boss has tons of private property in northern Michigan, and he offered to let me hunt there this year. So I took him up on the offer quickly as I've put up with central Michigan public land for years. Anyways, come September I got out there and put 3 hang-on tree stands with screw-in steps. Yeah, I know, not legal but that's the only thing I'm comfortable climbing and I take them out after I leave. In various locations. Keep in mind this is private, nobody else is supposed to be hunting within miles of me. Fast forward to late October and I managed to get out there after a very busy work schedule, roofing sucks, go to school kids, for a weekend. So Friday, I take my bait out to one of my stands, the closest one to the cabin. I get there and notice there isn't much deer sign so I decide to lug my bag out 3 miles down until the swamp where I find my next stand with heavy sign, so I spread my pile out. I put my steps in so I can climb it in the morning and begin to head back. The third stand, the furthest one out, was only a mile away from the one I was at, situated on the side of a fairly large hill. I get within a quarter mile of it on my GPS when suddenly I begin to pick up on a bad feeling. Like, my body was telling me something was up. Normally I know better than to go against this, but this is as remote as you can get for Michigan, so I carried on. The closer I got, the worse the feeling got. I got within 50 yards when I just froze. Something was wrong. The tree my stand was in was empty. There was no stand. But just to my right in front, about 30 feet from the tree, was my stand, mangled and broken. I ran over to it and started investigating. In front of the stand, 5 feet away on the ground, was a massive and fresh impact mark on the ground where it had hit, then bounced against a tree. Hard enough to leave a mark, again fresh, on the tree and cleanly snapped the seat off. I then turned to me tree. I looked for marks, and found none. Just the old marks from where I screwed my steps in a month and a half ago when I set it up. No footprints, nothing around the tree. Someone, or something, unstrapped my stand and threw it from 25 feet up the tree and traveled through the air the same distance to the ground. This stand was not light either, easily 60 pounds. I knew I needed to get out of there quick, so I booked it straight to the cabin. Stupid me went out to hunt the next morning in the stand with bait. I hunted from sunup to sundown, not seeing a damn thing. So, around dark I started to pack up. Where I was facing, I could see the hill where I had the other stand, and just as I was about to get down I could see a light. Then two. Then 4 or 5 lights. They were moving erratically around the general area of the stand. It was so silent I could barely hear some faint voices. I noped out of there silently and in the dark. The next day, I was done. I had decided to pick up my remaining stands and leave. I went to the stand I hunted in the next day, when I seen the stand hanging in the tree next to the one I was in off a branch. I didn't investigate. I turned around, and ran back to the truck. I was done. Nope, that was that. Called my boss and told him what was up. His theory was meth heads or marijuana growers. As for me, I have no clue. Back to Cryptid. This was out by a campground of several natural springs. A friend and I, same buddy from before, decided to strike out and go explore some very dilapidated and ancient-looking farm structures we'd seen earlier in the day. We decided to go at night because being sane, right? It was a small cluster of buildings far off next to some woods. We hiked through the brush to get there, but there was also a really torn up, we'd choked dirt road that led to it. The buildings were completely decrepit and looked like they were going to collapse if we breathed too hard. We went to the biggest barn-like building and immediately began to smell death. As we got to the interior we noticed some really unnerving things. First, despite the fact that these buildings no longer had any functional purpose, it was clear that people still went out there. There were fresh footprints that did not belong to us. Second, there seemed to be blood spattered all over the place. Third, there were pieces of wood that had been sharpened into crude, short stakes that were absolutely drenched in blood. Fourth, there were scattered clumps of what looked, to me at least, to be human hair. Lastly, it looked like someone had used the blood-stained stakes to try and scrawl something on a couple walls and on a load-bearing post in the center of the building. I couldn't make it out, probably better that way. So yeah, we decide to GTFO immediately. We decide to leave via a slightly different route because we were ultra paranoid that someone was watching and would follow us back to camp. As we made our way back we hit a truly putrid wall of that death stench again. We found the source. It was the rear half of a calf. Just the rear half. The front half was absolutely nowhere in sight. The worst thing about it though is that this animal was cut clean in half. It did not look like an animal attack at all. No other wounds, just perfectly snipped in half. We made it back to camp and left the next morning. I was 16 to 17, around 2009, with a group of friends, 8 of us maybe, walking down my block in Forest Park, Illinois, heading towards one of my friend's house. It was summer, around 9 p.m. The sun was already set. Once we made it to the end of my block, at an intersection, perched atop of 20 feet street light was a figure. Humanoid, definitely, but with wings, standing relatively still. I and all of my friends saw it. Started out it for maybe a few seconds. All muttering WTF? After those seconds of collective confusion, the thing spread its wings fully. I don't think either of us saw it fly off or anything because the moment it did that, we all took off running. Half of us one way and the other half another. Guessing neither of us has ever run that fast in our lives. I eventually made it to the friend's house we were originally intending to get to. Obviously, we were freaked out, asking each other WTF did we just see? Honestly really not talking about it too much after the situation. I'm 29 now. None of those friends that I still keep in contact with remember seeing red eyes. But everything else was the same as how the Mothman is described. At this time neither of us had even heard of the Mothman or even that there has been a sighting in the Chicago area. But I, without a doubt, know what I saw was real, because the group saw the exact same thing, at the exact same moment. If I was by myself, I don't know if I would have believed it. Honestly, we were out of there so fast that I couldn't pick up much of the vibes that it gave off. All I know is that wasn't an owl, a crane, or a drone. It kind of reminded me of the creature from the Jeepers Creepers film, if you know of that movie. Not a scary one, but it was definitely pretty awesome to me. I saw fresh deer signs going into this meadow through some aspen when I was out for an early morning hike. I approached the clearing from downwind and made my way toward it almost imperceptibly slow. The grass in the clearing was ridiculously tall and lush and covered in cool dew, and I could see why the deer would have found this so attractive on a summer morning. I made my way into the grass and got near into the middle when I saw a 6-point buck come out from behind some trees on the other side. He looked at me for a minute and knocked his antlers a little bit against a tree. I didn't want to get him riled, so I lowered myself into the grass. When I did that, the whole herd of does quietly stood up all around me. They were bedded in the grass and I couldn't see them. They didn't seem spooked at all and just lazily started to make their way out of the clearing. A small doe strolled by so close, in fact, that I almost wanted to touch her. Just a really serene and beautiful sight. Story from my dad. Back in 1989, my dad was hunting out in New Kent County, Virginia. He feels uneasy throughout the morning and then he gets really spooked to the point where he decides to leave. Nothing weird is happening and he's a lifelong hunter who wouldn't normally leave the woods for a bad feeling. Can vouch, he's very practical. As he's driving home, he sees a bunch of cop cars at the rest stop near his hunt club. Later that evening, he finds out that the cops had found the bodies of victims of the Colonial Parkway killer near the rest stop in a spot fairly close to his tree stand. Anna Maria Phelps and Daniel Lauer. As a true crime buff, when my dad told me this story last year, I lost my dang mind. In late fall of 2018, I was driving back home from work on a Saturday afternoon on I-271 South near Mayfield, Ohio. The weather was overcast and light rain was coming down and slowed down traffic due to rain. It wasn't very windy, but the wind blew the rain to the southeast. Out of my periphery, I noticed to my right what resembled a large grouping of dark gray balloons floating silently from one side of the freeway to the other, above the tops of the cars on the same freeway. Upon closer inspection, I noticed these orbs hanging or grouping together in what resembled a D and a strand model. Some were attached to others, while the remainder were free-floating, clinging together as they floated silently across and into obscurity. This was my third experience witnessing something anomalous, and I reported it months ago to author Preston Dennett. I've included the artistic recreation of my sighting. We were out in a state park tent camping, not far from civilization at all. 3 of us. After drinking a bit too much and some other partying, we hiked a bit up the mountain behind our camp. Stupid. It was pitch black with a very steep incline. About 30 minutes into the hike, in the middle of nowhere, we see a structure. It's a door and not much else. The door is built into a brick building. It had 4 walls, but the structure was so small and built just for the door. The front was about 6 feet wide, and then from front to back it was probably 2 feet. I know it doesn't sound that creepy, but when you find a closed door on a tiny brick building, throw in the partying and it becomes really creepy. Turns out the door was unlocked. So, we open it and there's no floor inside, but a ladder going down. You bet your ass none of us had the balls to go down. We dropped some rocks that took quite a while to hit the bottom. No splash, just a solid smack of rock against concrete. Sorry for the boring ending, but there wasn't much more to the story. Shit was real strange though. It was a long time ago, I have no recollection of where it was, so if I wanted to ever go back, I'm sorry. I, MJ, a 28-year-old warehouse worker, prefer to keep my last name anonymous. The event I'm about to share took place while I was hunting with my dog in a rural area I refer to as Black Bay, Florida. I've only recently felt confident enough to tell this story. I've kept it to myself and close family for a very long time. After several hours, I decided it was time to head back home before it became too dark to find my way. As we made our way through the fields, I hopped the last fence and waited for my large dog to squeeze through the gate. We were about 20 feet away from the start of the path when I heard a whoop on one side, followed by a sharp whistle on the adjacent side. Initially, I thought the sounds were birds, But as the unidentified sounds continued, I realized something else was going on. I took a few more steps, and suddenly, something let out a deep growl followed by a yell. It stunned me and confused me. I had never heard anything remotely close to that before. I managed to catch a glimpse of something reddish-brown crossing the path, although it wasn't much taller than me. As the noise subsided, I mustered the courage to make my way through the path and finally reach my residence. The only way home was through the path that this creature had just crossed. The sun was almost down, so it was a moment of flight or fight, and I chose flight. When I arrived home, my mother noticed that something was wrong. She was outside collecting clothes off the line and asked if I had heard a strange noise coming from that direction, but I couldn't reply. I was still in shock. At the time, I hadn't heard much about Bigfoot, but I knew that what I saw that day wasn't your average local wildlife. It was possibly a family of ape-like creatures crossing the path. And I have a theory. Now, I understand that what I encountered was a family because I heard 3 vocalizations that evening. Back then, it was hard to understand what was happening, but now I believe I must have come between the juvenile and the adult. That's why they distracted me and ultimately scared the living crap out of me, to ensure I didn't hurt their young. During about 5 hours of babysitting, I drank a 6-pack of 5% ABV seltzers. I am not a day one drinker, it was just a regular night and I did not make any mistakes due to said seltzers, nor was I drunk. Now if you are under the understanding that the common person doesn't typically hallucinate or mess up too bad with around 1 strawberry lemonade seltzer every 45 minutes, then I can carry on. And you can read, but if you can do nothing but automatically prejudge my story over said disclaimer, don't bother. And yes, this will be relevant to the end of the story. Moving along. So in a very woodsy state in the US I used to live in, I knew a hippie couple that would pay me and my now ex to babysit sometimes. It was about 20 minutes into the woods, there were houses on the way, but all pretty far apart. These friends lived up a hill that was about a 1-minute drive, and had 2 neighbors but not anywhere close enough to hear them. On this night I went up there by myself. They paid good money to babysit, had awesome well-behaved kids, and their property was gorgeous, so it was always a treat go up there. I didn't know how to lock their front door, but I always felt safe cause I was like, who would come all the way up here? Guess I might have been wrong. So the evening went normally until the end. The kids played outside a bit and I watched them. They went on to watch T5 and one put a tuna casserole in the oven their mom had prepped. I went to do some dishes while they chilled because I said I would clean the house the day before, also a paying gig, and I didn't come through for that, so I wanted to surprise the parents. Pretty soon after, the kids needed to get ready for bed. One could brush her teeth and the other still needed his brush, so I did that and I think they just put on pajamas and I went to grab a quick drink from the kitchen. Here's where it gets weird. Again, no neighbors close. Between the bathroom and the kitchen there was a back door. I heard a woman talking very close to the window as if she was talking to someone else. The TV was off and I don't put on headphones or a speaker around other people, so it was none of those things. I assumed I didn't hear their parents pull up and they were talking outside, so I opened the back door and called out their names, but it was pitch black and silent. I immediately felt alarmed. I put the kids to bed and said I will be right back, and if they are still awake I will read them a story. I went outside and sounded a drill I happened to see by the door and said, if anyone has a bone to pick, I'm right here and come get it. Mind you, even a good cop was at least 20 minutes out and I had 2 other lives to protect. Call me bonkers, but again I heard people in the woods and I have no history of mental illness or drug abuse, so yeah, I heard what I heard. With how shaken up I was, I knew something had to be wrong. Parents returned shortly after. Mom seemed calm. Dad said he thinks I drank too much and he believes I thought I heard something. He said his kids did not hear me outside when I came out warning whoever was out there. I closed the door so they wouldn't hear me, and the kids said the night went well. Despite this, he thinks I scared them and drank too much and never had me babysit again. I think I did the right thing. One of my aunts recently passed away at 92 years of age. My cousin has been her caregiver for the past 4 years. He promised her he'd never put her in a nursing home. He doted on her and kept her clean and comfortable until she passed away at home. The evening she died, he was monitoring her vitals and listening to her heart with a stethoscope and heard her take her final breath. As he stood up from her bedside, he caught a glimpse of movement at the nearby bathroom door. He saw his mom in a flowing white dress looking much younger and almost transparent. She looked at him and said, "Thank you," and faded away. We will be attending her celebration of life this weekend. I grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s. I spent a lot of time outside and I loved all animals, including bugs, frogs and lizards, etc. My little brother played a lot of sports, so on weekends I was always dragged to his games, and after school I often had to attend his practices. It was soccer season and I had to go with my mom to one of my brother's soccer practices after school on this day. I was probably female, 8 or 9 at the time. It was at a local park surrounded by some wilderness and some hiking trails. I liked this park because off to the side of the soccer fields was a creek with frogs and stuff. I'd love to go over there and look at them and try to catch them, etc. It was evening time and the sun was setting, but there was still plenty of light left. I told my mom I was gonna go down to the creek to catch frogs. It was down the hill slightly from the fields and obscured by some bushes and shrubs. But there was a clear dirt trail that ran alongside the creek. So I scurried on down there and was carefully studying the creek looking for frogs. When suddenly a man's voice startles me. "What you looking for?" I look up and see a middle-aged man, dressed in typical office, business wear, button-up shirt, slacks, dress shoes. He was standing on the trail, blocking my route back up to the soccer fields, looking at me and smiling. I was a shy and cautious child, so I just looked at the man and didn't reply at first. My spidey senses were already tingling and I remember feeling nervous and uneasy. I sometimes saw hikers on the trail by the creek, but his outfit and appearance told me this wasn't a hiker. He then asked me, "Are you looking for butterflies?" I saw some down there as he points further down the trail, away from the soccer fields. I just said no and started looking around at what my options were. I felt the need to get out of there, fast. But as I mentioned, he was standing on the trail, which was my route back to the fields. There were thick bushes on the hillside between the trail and where the fields were. I started making my way up the rocks to the side of the creek towards the trail, further down from where he stood, and to my alarm, he started moving down the trail toward me. "Need some help?" he said. I was now starting to panic. Although nothing had happened and he seemed friendly, it just felt wrong to me. I just got stranger danger vibes. I remember feeling a burst of adrenaline and fear. I shouted no and booked it up the rocks, across the trail, and crashed my way through the bushes towards the soccer fields. I remember the branches scratching me, but I didn't care. I literally scrambled my way through them till I came up to the fields and then sprinted over to where my mom was watching my brother's practice. I probably looked like hell, so she of course asked what the heck happened, and I told her. I felt like she thought I was just being paranoid though. I'll never know if this guy posed a real threat or not. He could have been just getting some fresh air on his way home from work, who knows? I just know it felt creepy at the time. About 10 years ago I was home alone, sitting in the den watching TV. The doorway to the den opened up into a hallway, and just across the hallway and offset a little ways was the doorway that went into the kitchen. Sitting in my recliner, I could see into the hallway, and if I leaned back enough I could see partway into the kitchen. So anyway, I'm sitting there watching T5 and one hears something. I look into the hallway and, don't laugh, there's a pecan rolling down the hallway. My first reaction is, there's someone in the kitchen messing with me. I lean back and look into the kitchen. There's no one there. On the far side of the kitchen is another door that goes into another hallway that if you take a right it goes out back. A left will take you out front into the carport. I get up and go look. Both doors are shut and locked and no one around. I picked up the pecan, put it back in the bucket which was sitting in the hallway by the back door, and go back to my recliner. Few minutes later another pecan goes rolling down the hallway. I bolted out of my chair like my butt was on fire trying to catch whoever was doing it. Same story, no one around but me, and both doors were still shut and locked. Now I guess is the time to say, I'm not a believer in ghosts, but I'm having second thoughts. I put the pecan back in the bucket, check the doors one more time and go back to my chair. Just a few more minutes in my chair and another pecan goes rolling down the hallway. I get up, go pick up the pecan and out loud I said, okay, I'm tired of picking up your shit, stop it now. I put the pecan back in the bucket, went back to my chair and nothing ever happened again. To this day, I still don't know what was doing it. My youngest daughter swears the house was haunted. She claims to have woken up in the middle of the night with someone, a man, standing at the foot of her bed watching her. He was dressed in a Civil War uniform. I never asked her if he was from the north or south. She said he never made any attempt to harm her. She'd just put her head under the covers and after a few minutes he'd be gone, but it happened enough that it spooked her pretty good. Her bedroom was upstairs. She wouldn't go to her bedroom at night if she was the only one at home. Instead she'd stay in the living room with every light in the house on, and the front door open for a fast getaway. I have an older guy friend who grew up in 1950s Alaska, where his dad was a bush pilot. So one day, they're out flying around just for a nice day, and suddenly the entire sky goes red. Complete red and clouds and no radio. At the time, he's old enough to understand what was going on, but still young that they just don't talk about it. His dad continues flying, for hours and not a word, but still thinking that the Cold War had just ended in thermonuclear holocaust. It wasn't out of the question. Alaska was a target close to Russia, and this was the height of the Cold War. The sky is still forever red. Finally, they start to run out of fuel. They have to land, but they don't know what's going on and zero ability to find out. His dad eases the plane down, finds the landing strip, and goes in for an emergency landing. They make it down perfectly, no hiccups, bumps, or anything. The airport is besides itself, red sky and an unannounced emergency landing, and a crew guy comes up to help them out. What's going on? His dad asked. You have no idea just how lucky you are. A volcano just went off, and you've been flying through the debris. Thank God no thermonuclear warfare, and they were stupidly lucky that the plane didn't stall out in the middle of nowhere Alaska, with a volcano spewing nearby. When I was around 12-15, I was hunting with my dad and his hunting buddy. I was with my dad and our friend was off a different trail. At the end of the day we always met up where our trails met to walk back to the truck together. My dad was trying to teach our friend over the radios we used to use and couldn't get anything from him for about 20 minutes. As my dad and I are almost to the crossing, he comes on the radio and says he's on his way. We get there and soon after our friend shows up entirely out of breath and sweating like a pig. Mind you, we're in the north woods of Wisconsin during gun deer season, so he has very heavy clothing on, and his spot was about 1 mile down the trail. He goes on to tell us why he didn't answer and what happened. He was sitting in his ground blind and saw some movement in front of him. About 50 yards ahead he saw a black bear cub, and only the cub. It sat down and started clawing at a tree trunk. He didn't move or make any noise because he knew Mama Bear was close and didn't want her to find it. He sat there watching the cub for over an hour constantly trying to find Mama Bear, but could not get eyes on her. Finally, the cub lumbered off and he decided it was safe to move out. By the time he answered us it was already getting past dusk and starting to get dark. As he was walking he heard a breath and felt hot warm air on the back of his neck. The man is 6'4", so there's only two things that could have been tall enough to do that. A person, or a standing bear. He panicked and sprinted for over a mile down the trail until he saw us. Luckily, he wasn't chased and made it back safely, just sweaty and beat. I was fishing in this little pond in the woods near my buddy's house. I heard a growling from across the water, but it was a really deep growl. I look up and I saw what can only be described as a Sasquatch. It was looking right at me from across the lake, which is about 100 feet away. Then it dropped on its belly and, I want to say crawled away because that was the motion, but it was super fast. Reminded me of a licker from Resident Evil. I literally peed my pants and whimpered a little and was in shock for a moment. I never told a soul because who would believe me? This happened to my grandfather years ago. I guess he was out hunting and walking around in some woods maybe 5 miles from a main road near where my family settled north of Pittsburgh. He said that he started seeing these burnt out candles and started picking them up for some reason. He followed them for like 100 yards, and at the very end there was a circle of black candles with a hole in the ground that looked to be a grave. He brought all the candles home and my grandma yelled at him and made him throw them away. God, I really want to tell this to people. So a few months ago, my girlfriend and I went to a public state park. It is not like a middle of nowhere, but still not many people around, and it was in the afternoon that a strange thing happened. When we were heading out of the park, we saw a car that was traveling on the opposite side toward us. Then the car turned right. It was a sedan. We thought there was a road right there. And when we got to the section where that car turned, we didn't see any road, but only high grass and big trees. I asked my girlfriend, "Did you see that red car just now? I thought it turned right around here." She said, "I saw a car too, but it was white, wasn't it?" We looked at each other's for a few seconds and quickly left that area. That was weird. I was working as a forest ranger up here in Anchorage when this happened. My job at the time was to patrol the remote areas of the park, make sure nobody ever lit fires they weren't supposed to or throw litter when they weren't supposed to. I was equipped with my own radio and rifle with me at all times in case I had to deal with any squatters or crazy people who came in the woods looking to do bad things, or maybe camping out at night illegally when they weren't supposed to. It was just before midnight on a Friday evening. I had been patrolling an area called Barney Creek. I hadn't noticed anything unusual happening, so I wasn't expecting anything like that later that night. But then, I found a deceased person, a skeleton. More on that in just a second. On my way back to my car is when I saw this body lying across the trail that I'd been walking on. At first, I thought it was maybe an animal due to the condition that the body was in. But as I got closer and looked again, I realized it wasn't a bear corpse or any other animal because there was no fur covering its flesh. It had obviously died quite a while ago. After shining my flashlight around the area more thoroughly, with a sense of growing apprehension tapping into whatever bravery might be needed, I slowly approached the remains, took out my camera before beginning to take pictures of the evidence. I was in no way prepared for what I saw when I moved much closer to take a look. The skull was pretty badly rotted, and there appeared to be a bullet hole right behind the left eye socket. Some brutal execution must have also happened, maybe even torture, judging by how bony and ripped out their chest area looked without flesh or what was left covering up the ribcage. Whoever they were, somebody wanted them dead and couldn't accept any opposition from whoever they were going after. This meant that whoever killed them was still around, and they'd be coming back. They could have been waiting out for me in the forest, possibly planning to take out their sick revenge on me. I had one mission: to get out of there as soon as possible and alert the authorities for backup. I had to run back as fast as I could, which was hard with how freaked out and terrified I was. Still getting lost and occasionally trying to remember every time a branch or leaf would brush against me. I just suspected it was something that could kill me now, kind of like a monster's claw reaching up from behind bushes, ready to grab me by the neck and snap it like a twig. My heart raced with so much fear that I swear it was almost going to pop out of my chest without any warning at all. Finally, after what seemed like forever, I managed then to get away but just collapsed onto the forest floor, completely exhausted. As soon as morning had arrived, I was successful in returning to the area, but the remains were gone. I couldn't tell if somebody had come in and taken them or maybe some animal decided to bury their body under some dirt or leaves until fully decomposed. In any case, it didn't matter much because no one was going to find out who killed that person. But I realized afterwards, whoever did it might have been looking for me too. It's best not to say anything about my experience now while I'm still working as a ranger. Look, I don't know what happened, but here in Alaska at night, those skeletal remains still haunt me. I have never seen a cadaver in that bad condition. But all I can say is, why didn't everybody just stay away from this area? Why did this happen? Who's this poor soul that got killed? It definitely looked malicious, like somebody had just left the body there. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Had it been an animal, it would have been eaten or torn apart. But the body had been there for a while, and there were no signs of any animals even touching it. How strange, almost paranormal, if you will. I've received many strange, bizarre calls as an officer. This is one of them. The call came in as a woman reporting to the police that she had heard and seen a large dog trying to break into her home. She sounded frantic. It told me she saw the creature trying to get in through her door several times before dialing 911. The dispatcher asked if the animal was actually inside her home. She told us no. The dispatcher asked if this thing was trying to get inside her house. She said yes and told the dispatcher that this was a large, vicious dog, larger than any dog she'd ever seen before. This continued on for several minutes until I finally arrived on the scene. I got out of my car and walked towards the house, flashlight in hand and ready for anything. Then I knocked on the front door. I waited several seconds, and there was no response. I knocked again, still nothing. So, I walked around the back of her home to see if she had gotten out another exit or entrance. I didn't want to break down her door. Maybe she wasn't in danger after all. About halfway up the driveway, at the side of her house, I noticed a large missing section of fence that looked to be torn down, leading right off to the woods and the property next door. Then it occurred to me, there were also large canine tracks that led over this fence right in the dirt, leading up to the house. As I crouched down, shined my flashlight, and began trying to investigate, I saw something that will haunt me forever. Growling at me from less than 20 feet away was a snarling wolf-like creature, standing on two legs right by the tree line leading off into the woods. This creature lowered its head and growled, and then jumped off quickly into the darkness of the forest. I had my gun drawn and ready, and as this thing disappeared, and I kept my gun focused, two men appeared on the property whom I did not recognize. They were not fellow officers. They told me they were related to the woman inside. They both had firearms drawn but kept them by their side. I asked them if they knew what was going on. They both looked at me like I had two heads. The one guy said, "You don't know." The second man just nodded toward the creature, whispering something. He began to tell me that this home is being attacked by a strange creature, the same creature that also attacked his daughter while he was trying to get her home from school just weeks ago. They were kind of like an unofficial band of men who were trying to track down this creature. He also informed me they had been tracking this beast for weeks after it killed several livestock in another rural area. I began to inform him about animal control, but he said that they had already done so, and they did not believe us. And then he showed me photos of his wife's injuries after this beast tried to kill her in cold blood. That photo will stay with me. His photo was of his wife laying on an emergency room table, fresh stitches all across her right side, face, and neck, and also needing her jaw wired shut due to nearly being bitten off by this thing. Immediately, both men's attention went right towards the woods where this creature disappeared, both drawing the firearm. The one man with the photo began shooting several times, and just then, we could hear the growling. And just there, faintly beyond the light of the house in the darkness, Was this creature again? I've been trying to figure out what I was looking at. Werewolves aren't real. What else could this thing be if it's not a werewolf? Was this thing possibly some kind of mutation or maybe some sort of lab experiment? I don't know, but it kind of vanished again in the woods, and things seemed to calm down that night. I took the names and members of the two gentlemen who seemed to want to help and let me know if there's anything I could share with them to help track down this strange creature. The woman inside the house refused to speak to me or even come out and acknowledge my presence. I think she was so frightened by what had just happened. Personally, I have no explanations for any of this. I just know that it was a very, very strange call and a very strange night. I was hunting down in Stephenville, Texas during whitetail season. I was up in a tripod overlooking a pasture. Behind me about 50 yards away was a dry riverbed, but you couldn't see it because a dense screen of trees grew along both sides of the riverbed. But you could hike to it, and there was another spot I would sometimes hunt on the other side. It was getting late, but there was still a decent amount of light. I had seen absolutely nothing that day, not even critters. So I'm sitting up in my tripod just watching when all of a sudden from behind me in or around the riverbed I hear the most ungodly shriek, howl, roar that made my hair stand on end, and I damn well near peed my pants. It continued for about 3 minutes until it suddenly stopped, and that's about when I decided to call it a night. Ran the whole way back to my vehicle. I didn't see it, and to this day I still wonder what it was. Didn't sound like a bobcat or coyote, and Stephenville isn't exactly known for its big cats or any cryptids. Maybe some of you hunters out there have experienced something similar? So in the end of August, this guy I was talking to, now boyfriend, 43 male, he wears a size 12 shoe, important later, and I, 21 female, went fishing. We went to one of our normal spots, a spillway type deal coming off a mountain tucked into a small bowl-like valley. There's a really nice little pool there. So we go fishing and it's like 10 p.m. We had seriously just gotten there and set up when a giant rock came flying through the air into the middle of the pool. We hollered out, "Hey, we're fishing down here. Sorry for disturbing your camping, but we're done setting up and just want a quiet night. We'll be respectful if you will." A second later, another rock came flying through the air and landed 2 feet from me. We decided to go investigate who is chucking rocks at us. I go and shut off our side-by-side so there's no lights. We go up to where the rocks seemed to be coming from and didn't see anyone or any footprints. We go back down to our little hole and I feel someone watching me from each side of the valley. I was starting to freak out, but not going to say anything because I'm a big tough girl. I'm not, but I didn't want to seem like a wimp. Another rock comes flying down into the pool. I clean up my stuff and go to my boyfriend, and say I'm leaving with or without you. He agrees to leave and we pack up. I tell him I felt like we were being watched from both sides and he agrees. Well, he was pissed, so he goes back to check out where we were the next day. He found where the person was camping and had a stockpile of large rocks to throw at us. Whoever it was dug out a hole to sleep in, and my boyfriend found footprints that made his feet look tiny, probably a size 15, and where they were camped they had a perfect line of sight to us. The crazy thing is we walked right below him and were 6 feet from him. We never saw him even with our headlamps on, and I kept looking in his direction. I do have the pics he sent me, but he has an old phone and won't let me get him one with a better camera. My old man would take my brothers and I hunting out of this little cabin in Colorado. The cabin is way isolated, and I mean this place is a good 30 to 40 miles from the nearest town, and that itself is only a handful of people nestled right in the middle of Nowhereville, USA. To get there you have to go over a mountain pass and take a ton of old dirt roads, but in the end, it's worth it. The hunting is great, the sights are unforgettable, and you are completely isolated. One year my brother, who I'll call Carl, and I decide to play a little prank on our youngest brother, Lou. We have a habit of telling scary stories, and this only increases when we go camping and hunting, cause that's just one of the things you do out in the middle of the woods. Carl and I finished telling Lou a particularly frightening tale, and like the loving brothers we are, we start egging him on about all the creepy shit that's probably lurking outside the cabin as we speak. Lou is getting way into it and begins to freak out, and our dad has enough of mine and Carl's antics and sends us out to get more firewood. While we're out there, Carl and I devise an even greater prank that'll surely scar our baby brother for life. So like the idiots we are, we start making all these howling noises. Now we're a good 50 yards from the cabin at this point, and Carl and I are lying in wait for our little brother to come investigate where we went, since that's something our dad would make him do. Sure enough, Lou comes out with a high beam light and starts scanning the area from the doorway to see where we are. Now Lou hates coyotes, and we continue to make howling and growling noises while he searches for us. And from what we can see of him, the kid is petrified on the spot as he looks for us. As soon as he passed Carl and I with the light, we jumped out of the darkness and snarled and ran at him on all fours, scaring the living hell out of our little bro. Mission accomplished. Next thing Carl and I know, our dad is in the doorway, and boy, our old pops is fuming at this point. He grabs the light Lou had dropped and turns it on us as we're making our way back. I turned to Carl and told him it was nice knowing him, but before our dad goes full Jack Torrance from The Shining on our asses, something changed in the way my dad was standing. I visibly saw his silhouette sag in the doorway as he looked out into the night, and suddenly he's telling us to get in the cabin as fast as we can. I didn't hear anger in his voice at all. I just remember the fear in his words as he started yelling, "Boys, don't turn around. Just get back to the cabin. Now. Now. Now." Carl and I barely made it through the door before our dad slammed it shut and managed to lock it with his shaking hands. He made it to his chair and sat down before facing us and said with the straightest face, "Stop scaring your brother." Turns out they planned the whole thing when we went out for firewood. This is my story with the Mothman of Chicago. I genuinely believe this one in particular roosts in Bussey Woods, in the western suburbs, Rolling Meadows area. I am in a suburb next door. This occurred right at the start of the pandemic in early 2020. Many things were shut, and this moonless night was easily the darkest I'd ever experienced in the suburbs. Usually, light pollution means you can see 24/7, but this night was particularly dark and quiet. It was like 2 a.m., and I'm in the garage tinkering on one of the bikes listening to some music, not super loud, when there was a crash on the roof of my garage. I've had raccoons jump off the tree onto it before, but this sounded like a person my size just jumped onto it. The whole building shook. My garage is an old horse barn, relatively small for a barn but big for a garage, and detached and across the driveway. Well, I heard this and I knew it couldn't be a raccoon, but that's what my mind went to. So I grab a shovel and step outside trying to look up, but it's so dark I can't see a darn thing. As I round the corner of the garage into the front part of my yard, which was so dark I couldn't see my neighbor's house, I swear on my life I hear something jump down and land maybe 15 yards in front of me. I can't see anything. I don't remember hearing anything breathe, snarl, growl, or anything like that which you would if you were face to face with a raccoon. They're noisy. So I'm standing there, dead stopped, holding the shovel like a walking stick, unsure of what to do or even what's happening. I had a very visceral feeling that I was squaring down with something my size, though. I felt it. I knew I couldn't just stand there and wait to become a victim. I have a mentality that I never will be one. I'll throw the first stone every time. I raise the shovel to my other hand, taking a defensive grip, and step forward, only taking 1 or 2 steps before I hear 3 heavy footfalls. Then I hear the fence behind my garage rattle, and then I hear a whooshing sound like a great pair of beating wings. I genuinely believe when I stepped forward, whatever was their turn, jumped on the fence, and took off flying. I never even caught a glimpse. I was 100% sober, no drinking, and I don't do drugs. I was not sleep deprived, I only got off work an hour and a half prior. I think my garage was the only light for miles and my music drew it in. No one, and I mean no one else, was for a mile in any direction as far as I could tell. As soon as that thing left, I shut down the garage and went inside somewhat shaken, thinking, holy crap, I damn near got into a fight with something and I don't even know what it was. The reason I think that it was the Mothman and why I think it roosts in Bussy Woods is another story entirely. This is not an embellishment. This is a real event that happened to me, albeit only one time ever. I was in 7th or 8th grade when me and about 15 of my friends and acquaintances went into the woods by the highway. To ensure no one saw that there were kids with airsoft guns and camo shooting each other, we trekked deep into the woods. No highway car could be heard, so we knew it was far enough. We eventually came across this old single-roomed house. The windows were boarded up with wood, the door had about 5 padlocks, and the pool out back was green with algae. Grass overgrew any remnants of a driveway through the dense forest. Peeking through the wood boards, found broken furniture and the floor caked in dirt. The guy who organized the hangout lived nearby and assured us all that the owners hadn't been at the house for 10 years. They were old and presumed dead. With no concerns, we finally played airsoft for a couple hours. Needing a break, we all rendezvoused back at the house. As we approached, we could hear the faint sound of an engine. Nobody could even tell a car was approaching at first because of the thick brush. Sure enough, a black car was rolling around the corner. Pulling up to our group, the driver lowers the passenger window. An old man driving and an old man behind him. The passenger was an elderly woman with another elderly woman behind her. Everyone in the car was dressed in all black formal clothes. They practically started screaming at us to get away. Literally almost shrieking, but it also sounded angry. We tried to apologize for trespassing, but then the driver started reaching for something in the glove box. We all ran out of there. Their eyes were so grayish blue it was almost transparent. The hair was whiter than snow. The black tuxedos and dresses were vampiric looking. To this day, I think they were cultists. I'll never know and I'll never forget. My name is Jack, and I lead a rather adventurous life. By day, I work as a hunter, skilled in tracking elusive game through the wilderness. And in my free time, I indulge in my passion for soccer, finding solace in the thrill of the game. It was a crisp autumn morning when my friends called me, their voices filled with excitement and mischief. They proposed a hunting trip to a forbidden part of Yellowstone National Park, a place shrouded in local legends and superstitions. Despite my initial reluctance, I couldn't resist the allure of adventure, and I agreed to join them. As we set off on our journey, laughter and banter filled the air, masking the subtle unease that lingered beneath the surface. What could go wrong? The deeper we ventured into the preserve, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. Trails seemed to vanish before our eyes, leading us in circles, and phantom animals darted through the underbrush, elusive and ethereal. Unexplained noises echoed through the trees, sending shivers down our spines. It was then, in the heart of that supposedly haunted place, that we encountered the true horror that awaited us. A vengeful spirit like Cryptid, a creature that had been awakened. One by one, my friends fell victim to its wrath, their lives cruelly snuffed out. As the cries and pleas for mercy filled the air, I knew I was the only one left standing. Fear coursed through my veins, but I couldn't abandon my friends to this malevolent force. Gathering my courage, I prepared for a final battle, armed with my trusty rifle. In a desperate showdown, I faced off against the Cryptid, our eyes locked in a battle of wills. With every shot I fired, I prayed it would be the one to bring an end to its reign of terror. Finally, with a well-aimed shot to its heart, the creature let out a bone-chilling howl and collapsed. But as it lay lifeless on the forest floor, a strange occurrence unfolded. The Cryptid, once a fearsome presence, vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed at all. The weight of what had transpired settled upon me, and I realized the magnitude of the horrors I had witnessed. Wounded and emotionally drained, I summoned the strength to call for help. But when the authorities arrived, their eyes fell upon the lifeless bodies of my friends, and suspicion clouded their gaze. Instead of finding solace and aid, I found myself accused of their deaths. Now, confined within the cold confines of a jail cell, I reflect upon the events that led me here. The haunting memories of that ill-fated hunting trip remain etched in my mind, and I yearn for justice and vindication. The truth of that cursed place in Yellowstone National Park may forever remain a mystery, but the burden of what I experienced will forever haunt me. This was at Deschutes Park in Washington State. It's a smallish trail that has a couple waterfall viewpoints. We went out because it was mushroom season and we were looking for chicken of the woods and oysters. So the three of us get to the park. There is no one else in the parking lot. Cool, we get to have the trail to ourselves and talk. We go down, mess about for an hour looking for mushrooms and just enjoying the fresh air and quietness. We stop and see this giant oyster mushroom. This thing was like 2 pounds intact. I got real excited and said, "Whoa guys, look." More loudly than normal. At this point we all looked and I noticed some sticks cracking off in the woods. Then I hear a tree knock, and being in Bigfoot country, that definitely snapped our attention behind us. NBD for cracked squirrels and deer are around. But this sounded like a hard stick on a tree. We turn around. I see an older man, about 5'7", glasses and gray hair, a red North Face windbreaker and blue jeans, jump from behind a tree. He was holding a walking stick, so I assumed that was it. Like he was peering around the tree, spying on us dramatically, and jumped out trying to appear normal. Then he ran toward us. This dude was not on the trail and got there after us. I kept hearing snaps in the woods throughout our walk, but it did not click until I saw him. Then he seemed not to notice us, startled looking, and ran toward us anyway. We tensed as he approached. We didn't have a weapon, but my boyfriend is pretty big. Me and my cousin are female. We were the ones talking loudly, so I'm sure he heard us and thought we were alone. He started walking with us and I noticed he had a slight English accent. A formal sounding guy, but creepy. He was saying, "Do you have any weapons? There's been bears down here." There was no bears we knew of in that area. He also asked us at the end of the trail if we wanted to partake in his ritual in the water. At the end of the trail, the water kinda is accessible, but it is freezing cold, rapids. This day was about 60 Fahrenheit. No way this thinner old man is gonna jump in there, I thought. But he was insistent on us going down there with him. I was like, no, thank you. I didn't know what else to say. I feel like this dude was either 100% some weirdo creep looking to kill us, or some partially psychotic man on a hike. The creepiest dive of my life. 2 buddies of mine and I were on a night dive in the Puget Sound hunting prawns. It was about 1 a.m. and we're a good 100 feet deep, the pitchiest black you could imagine. We used to do this thing on night dives where we'd get in a circle, turn off our lights, then stir up the water and watch the bioluminescence float around us like floating stars in a black watery space. Beautiful. Only this one time we turn off our lights, stir up the water, and the water glows just enough to reveal a 4th person sitting in our circle. We were at a dive resort, so it wasn't so odd to see another diver, only it was 1 a.m. We'd seen no one else prepping a dive at the dock. He was also alone, which was odd considering the dangerous conditions of a night dive in those waters, and he had no fins or gloves. I don't know how he swam so well without fins, or didn't get hypothermia without boots or gloves. We wore dry suits because it was so cold, but this dude was in a wet suit with exposed skin, and we thought we saw a giant gash in one of the legs. So the 3 of us all notice him and we're too scared to move. I can hear my buddies panting in their regs, and the guy just smiles and waves, then swims away. Whenever you think you're alone and someone just shows up, like in an alley at night, It's weird as F. 100 feet underwater at night is terrifying. I lived alone in an old house and had a creepy stay. Again, the house was old, a huge house built in 1915 and converted into apartments for World War I soldiers before they went overseas. I rented one apartment, about 1,000 square feet by itself, and the rest of the house was empty rooms and a giant staircase. As soon as I moved in, I met the next door neighbor, Rebecca, who, about 30 seconds into the conversation, asked me if I knew the house was haunted. I laughed it off, but she insisted it wasn't safe. Wasn't worried, moved in, cleaned out a lot of junk and fixed the place up as well as I could. Over the next few months, Rebecca and I ran into each other here and there, and each time she added to the story. Apparently there was an old lady who lived in the apartment before me who never left, never opened the windows, and never cleaned. She died in the apartment and there was an estate sale to get rid of some of her stuff. Rebecca told me during the estate sale she had gone into the basement and regretted it. About a week later I decided to go check out the basement, I think partly to prove to myself I wasn't concerned. I was also curious. I'm not superstitious and I don't believe in ghosts, but the occult is interesting to me. As soon as I stepped in the basement I was creeped out. It smelled musty but not like I have ever smelled before. Along the steps there were burned down candles that made bluish-gray wax puddles. The basement itself had two huge water heater tanks, also covered in wax, and an empty concrete floor behind the tanks that had nasty-looking towels around and more candles. Bizarre but not haunted. At this point I've lived in the apartment by myself for about 3 months without any problem. My car got broken into one night, but that wasn't surprising given the neighborhood. Nothing strange had happened until the night I checked the basement. At 4 a.m. I bolted awake because I heard something in my room. This was odd for me because I sleep like a dead man. Sat in bed for a minute, heard nothing and went back to sleep. Around 6 a.m. I had a night terror. Heard the noise again and woke up, but this time had sleep paralysis. I saw a black figure walk in my room and stop just inside the doorway. At this point I think it's a robber and I start trying to ask what he wants, but I can't speak or move. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before and I was terrified. After the longest 2-3 minutes of my life I willed myself out of sleep and the whole atmosphere changed. No one was there, nothing was out of place, no locks were broken, nothing. I quickly got ready and showed up at work 2 hours before it opened. Over the next few weeks I would hear the sound again here and there. It was a scratching and thumping sound, always very early in the morning. As soon as I would wake up it would stop. Then one morning it was especially loud. Still dark outside, 5 a.m. I heard it just behind the headboard at my bed. This time I made sure I was totally awake. I laid perfectly still and didn't even breathe, and I heard it again now fully awake. There was definitely something in my room. After the sleep paralysis imaginary robber episode I had bought a kid's baseball bat and set it next to my bed for self-defense. Can't afford a gun. I picked up the bat and slid out of bed. Every minute or so I would hear the rusting, scratching, thumping noise. It was in my closet. I stood outside the door and my heart was pounding at this point. All the stories of the place being haunted, the creepy basement, the sleep paralysis episode, the weird early morning noises, all of it had built up in my mind and led to this moment. I was about to do battle with some evil force. I threw the door open and swung into the darkness, hitting nothing. I beat my clothes like a madman, but there was nothing in there. Then I heard a little scurry on the floor and saw something jump into one of my shoes. Upon closer inspection, it was a baby squirrel. I went outside later and found a hole in the roof. There was a family of squirrels living in my ceiling that was very active in the early morning, and one of the babies had somehow managed to find its way into my closet to scare the hell out of me. Not haunted, just squirrels. This happened around 3 years ago, and thinking about it still makes me feel uneasy. I live in a rural area surrounded by a nature conservation area. There are many nice paths and it's a great peaceful and quiet place to go for walks, ride bikes. On this day I decided to take my dog for a walk there in the evening. I didn't want to go that far. For some reason I decided to leave my phone at home, even though I usually take it with me, just in case. Everything was going well and, as usual, I barely met anyone. At some point I got to my favorite spot, a wooded area. There is a field behind it and I planned on walking all the way to the end. Then I wanted to turn around and take the same way home. As I continued walking after I made it through the wooded area, my dog started acting strange. She kept looking back and didn't want to go on. I thought she had spotted a deer or a rabbit and wasn't concerned. I didn't look around right away. But then she let out a little growl bark. I had never heard her do that before. I turn around and sure enough, there is a man standing on the edge of the wooded area field like maybe 10 meters next to the path. He was fully clothed and didn't move. He was just staring at us. My heart was pounding. No matter where I would go, I would still be in a secluded area for a while. I didn't think and just started walking quickly towards the end of the field. My dog still wasn't having it. When I turned around after getting a bit further away, he had also moved. Now he was standing on the field, still staring intensely. That's when I really knew we had to get going. I didn't look back until we got to the end of the field. Because of some trees, my view was obstructed. I couldn't see him and my dog seemed a bit calmer. Obviously I didn't want to stop for more than a few seconds though. From there on, I decided to take the path that would take me to some part of my town the quickest. We literally ran and I was so relieved when we made it back to civilization. I have no idea what his intention was. I'm just proud of my dog for alerting me. Yesterday I took my son fishing. He wanted to go to a nearby lake that we haven't been to in quite some time. It's not known to be a great area. For some background, the last time we went, about a year ago, a car drove by and screamed "nice ass" at me while I stood there with my young son. This kind of garbage behavior is unfortunately expected in the area. It's also known to be a late-night hookup spot as well as a late-night drug deal location. Due to the lake's reputation, I had made a deal with my dad that I wouldn't stay there past 4 p.m. without him. On to the story. My 12-year-old son, who looks much younger than he is, and I pulled up at our favorite fishing spot, a small pond on the opposite side of the road as the lake. Almost immediately, an older gentleman approached us asking if there were fish in the pond. I replied that we had just gotten started, so nothing yet, but that we had caught fish in the pond on plenty of other occasions. He thanked us for the information, and returned to his spot on the other side of the road. About 15 minutes later, another younger man approaches the older man with a dog. I can see and hear them chatting, but they've made no move to involve us in the conversation, which I'm glad for. I just want to enjoy a day with my son. Unfortunately, the water in the pond was incredibly low and murky and I could tell we weren't going to have any luck. I tell my son to pack it up and we'll try another spot on the other side of the lake. As we begin packing our gear into the trunk, the younger man yells over "Sorry if my dog and I ran you off." I tell him it's no problem, and we were simply moving to a better fishing spot. He then starts telling me how nice it is to see a mom taking her kid fishing, how you don't see that very often, etc. I get this a lot, so I'm pretty used to it. We have a short conversation about it as I pack up and I then move towards the driver's side doors to depart. Before I can leave, the younger man starts up another conversation, this time asking me how old I think he is. This feels strange to me, but I'm nice to a fault sometimes, so I answer his question. I tell him I'm a horrible judge of age, but maybe 25? He tells me he's 38 and I'm too kind and I laugh it off saying something like I work with teenagers, so they always guess me well above my age just to be mean. He asks where I work and I stupidly tell him my city. Turns out he lives there too and starts going on and on about how he got a free apartment on such and such street because his baby mama kicked him out of their house. I think he's talking about some kind of government assistance program. Weird flex, but okay man. At this point, I'm standing by the car door with my hand on the handle and my son is already in the back seat. This guy can't take the hint and starts telling me all about his awful baby mama and how women are supposed to be submissive, quiet, and do what they're told. He specifically said, it's cool that you can bait a hook or whatever, but you're still a woman. Now my alarm bells are blaring. This guy struck up a conversation by commending me for doing a typically dad thing with my kid. Now he's putting me down for the same thing. He's gone from being overly friendly and complimentary to agitated and ranting. I should have been rude and just got in the car and left, but I've unfortunately been conditioned, like many women, to be polite even when we're uncomfortable. Instead, I start making comments in the hopes he'll see I'm not some meek submissive woman who's going to agree with him. After all, I'm a tatted up chick with an eyebrow piercing, and 2 lip piercings. I don't exactly look like a submissive little housewife. I guess I was trying to make him just as uncomfortable as he made me in the hopes he'd leave me alone. After he says women shouldn't be loud or opinionated, I tell him, oh, well you wouldn't like me at all. He tries to backpedal saying, it's okay to be loud I guess, but don't try that with your man, you know? I say my man doesn't tell me shit. I do what I want. This kind of back and forth goes on for a while before he finally shakes his head and says I just don't understand what kind of woman would act like that. I reply a strong one. As soon as the words left my mouth, the older gentleman yells from his spot on the bank, "Yeah. Say that again, honey." This distracted the creep long enough for me to hop in the car and lock the doors. I still don't feel safe though. Unbeknownst to Creepotzoid, only 2 of my car doors actually have functioning locks, but at least they're the 2 on his side. I put the key in the ignition and turn. No dice. Nothing. Of all the times for my car to act up, it chooses now. Panic has now set in. As I repeatedly try to start my car, I can see him out of the corner of my eye. He's taken notice of my car troubles and is trying to get my attention. As he takes a few steps towards my car, the engine finally roars to life and I peel out of there. Only then do I let my composure crumble and have a long talk with my son about what just happened. To the older gentleman who took notice of my discomfort and provided a distraction, I'd gladly meet with you again any day. To the younger, misogynistic creep, I don't know if I was actually in any danger from you, but my gut said I was. Let's never meet again. Oh, and to my dad, I'll make you a new deal. I'm never going to that lake alone again, regardless of the time of day. Probably too late chime in and not me, but back in the 70s my father used to fly freelance charter jobs. One job was flying a dead guy to his funeral destination. On the way there he ran into some bad weather. Turbulence ensued. He started hearing a strange sound. A human sound. The dead guy behind him was gasping, moaning. Sounded like a forceful her. Before you start thinking the dead guy wasn't actually dead, he was. The rough turbulence was forcing air out of the cadaver's lungs, producing the sound. Back last year, almost exactly. In walking and there's a trail that stems into a first from the main road. And you walk through a very tight path. That is partly broken up due to thick tree roots. I'm walking back from a 6-mile jog and am halfway in the trail. To my right, several meters below me and about 100 to 180 feet away, there are train tracks. From that area, I hear what sounds like a parrot screeching, crying in my direction. I turn around trying to see where it came from and I started walking faster. It screeched louder and I heard a single rustle, then the sound coming closer. I think I broke the world record for the 100-meter dash because I booked my tits out of there and I never heard it since. Stupid of me, but I went back days later multiple times and never heard it again. except faintly once. I think. Does anyone have any idea what the F that thing was? It sounded like it was crying. But half in pain and half in get over here bitch kind's tones. All I can say is that it did not sound human at all. It only sounded like it was crying, screeching like a demon baby. Hey everyone, let me tell you about a creepy thing that happened to me early this week. At the time I didn't think anything of it, but now that I've put some thought into it, I feel a bit creeped out by it. A bit of backstory: I'm a guy in my early 20s who enjoys the occasional joint, though my parents, whom I live with, do not approve. As a result, I keep my stash in the woods down the road from my house. The actual stash site is very well hidden. It was in a very thick bush under a rock. Practically buried. There is absolutely no way that anyone could just happen to find the stash, and I know this because I've been using this same spot for almost a year. Plus, like I said before, it was practically underground, under a bush, in the middle of some woodland that is rarely visited. Anyhow, that night I remember feeling quite creeped out as I walked through the woods. As if someone was following me. I felt like I could hear movement behind me, feel eyes on me. But I just sort of put it down to the fact that I was walking through the dark spooky woods on my own, high as F, in the middle of the night. When I got to the stash site, there was a cat nearby. She looked a little alarmed by my presence but didn't run away, until a few moments later when she noped the F out of there for seemingly no reason. This spooked me out a bit, and sorta reinforced that feeling of being followed I had a minute or two before, but I reassured myself by putting it down to the weed making me paranoid. I go back the following night, and the stash is gone. Putting it all together in my head, the only explanation that makes sense is that someone, or something, but probably the former, lol, was indeed in those woods. Very weird shit. Needless to say, I don't like staying at hotels much anymore. I drove 9 hours to meet my parents at a halfway mark to pick up my 2-year-old daughter at an agreed-on hotel. I assumed we were all going to stay there the night since we both had such a long drive. When I had grabbed all her things, I asked, "Are you going to stay here too?" My dad said no, we are gonna head back. I was a little disappointed, but I understood that they don't like hotels much. I checked in and went to our room. It was fairly late, but I don't sleep much at night. I am more of a night person. I turned the TV on and I was in my bed and my daughter was in hers. She fell asleep pretty quick, probably the car ride. I had all the lights off in the room. The only light was coming from the TV. I was sitting up against the headboard with my legs stretched out straight in front of me under the covers. All of a sudden, I felt something grab my toes, both feet at the same time. I quickly pulled my legs in toward me with my knees bent against my chest. I grabbed my phone and used the light on it to shine at the end of the bed. I didn't see anything. I sat there trying to look stoic, like I wasn't afraid, but inside I was screaming. I didn't want whatever it was to see me scared. After a few minutes of sitting there, acting like nothing just happened, I relaxed my legs and continued watching TV. Moments later, I felt pressure next to my leg, like a hand, like someone was leaning their body onto the bed from the end of the bed with both hands down on the mattress. Then I felt pressure as if their left hand moved forward and pressed down. Then, what felt like their right hand moved forward and closer to my knee. Then their left hand moved forward. It felt like someone or something was crawling up to my face, slowly and methodically. It was definitely a Harley Quinn type movement. I could feel the palm push down first, then the hand rolled forward to the fingers. Imagine it like how a person walks, heel to toe. The motion was very similar and very exaggerated. It was creepy and unsettling, like it was having fun. I flung off the blankets and jumped into my daughter's bed, hoping her innocence would save me. I was facing the wall spooning her and I seen shadows go across the wall. I jumped up and turned the light on, frantically grabbing our stuff to pack up to leave. I went down to check out. It was about 4 a.m. The guy working said you are leaving early. I said yeah. Couldn't sleep, by chance. Do you have anyone ever tell you this hotel is haunted? I laughed nervously, waiting for him to laugh too, which I wish he would have. Instead, he replied, why? What room were you in? I told him and he replied, I don't know why they put you over there. I never put people over there. Ever since we got new owners, they did a cleansing on the building, thinking things would get better, but since then, things have gotten worse. I told him yeah, I don't think it worked. I will never forget that, and I wanted to share it. I grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s. I spent a lot of time outside and I loved all animals, including bugs, frogs and lizards, etc. My little brother played a lot of sports, so on weekends I was always dragged to his games, and after school I often had to attend his practices. It was soccer season and I had to go with my mom to one of my brother's soccer practices after school on this day. I was probably 8 or 9 at the time. It was at a local park surrounded by some wilderness and some hiking trails. I liked this park because off to the side of the soccer fields was a creek with frogs and stuff. I'd love to go over there and look at them and try to catch them, etc. It was evening time and the sun was setting, but there was still plenty of light left. I told my mom I was gonna go down to the creek to catch frogs. It was down the hill slightly from the fields and obscured by some bushes and shrubs. But there was a clear dirt trail that ran alongside the creek. So I scurried on down there and was carefully studying the creek looking for frogs. When suddenly a man's voice startles me, what you looking for? I look up and see a middle-aged man, dressed in typical office business wear, button-up shirt, slacks, dress shoes. He was standing on the trail, blocking my route back up to the soccer fields, looking at me and smiling. I was a shy and cautious child, so I just looked at the man and didn't reply at first. My spidey senses were already tingling and I remember feeling nervous and uneasy. I sometimes saw hikers on the trail by the creek, but his outfit and appearance told me this wasn't a hiker. He then asked me, are you looking for butterflies? I saw some down there, as he points further down the trail, away from the soccer fields. I just said no and started looking around at what my options were. I felt the need to get out of there, fast. But as I mentioned, he was standing on the trail, which was my route back to the fields. There were thick bushes on the hillside between the trail and where the fields were. I started making my way up the rocks to the side of the creek towards the trail, further down from where he stood, and to my alarm, he started moving down the trail toward me. Need some help? He said. I was now starting to panic. Although nothing had happened and he seemed friendly, it just felt wrong to me. I just got stranger danger vibes. I remember feeling a burst of adrenaline and fear. I shouted no and booked it up the rocks, across the trail, and crashed my way through the bushes towards the soccer fields. I remember the branches scratching me, but I didn't care. I literally scrambled my way through them till I came up to the fields and then sprinted over to where my mom was watching my brother's practice. I probably looked like hell, so she of course asked what the heck happened, and I told her. I felt like she thought I was just being paranoid though. I'll never know if this guy posed a real threat or not. He could have been just getting some fresh air on his way home from work. Who knows? I just know it felt creepy at the time. My husband worked as a government contractor for a company that sends him all over the world. For a few years my daughter and I would travel with him. He was usually gone for months at a time. One of his business trips was to Bremerton, Washington. We were put into an apartment called Olympic Village Apartments. It was rented out to companies like his. They were okay, fully furnished, better than a hotel, especially for that length of time that we usually stayed. The apartment we had was on the ground floor. It was decorated well and the furniture wasn't too worn. Nothing seemed or felt weird. I usually can read vibes of places where I go. I am not sure how to explain it. I don't think I am psychic, just maybe in tune with my surroundings. Things seemed pretty normal for the first few days, I spent most days there since I didn't have a car, just playing my video games or watching TV. One night, my husband came home to the apartment, and I had dinner ready and set out. We all sat down at the table to eat, having the normal conversations people do, like how was work? Type stuff, when all of a sudden I felt something touch my thigh. I didn't respond to it because I wasn't sure exactly what had just happened, so I continued eating. A few moments later, it happened again. It felt familiar. Like my old 10 pounds. Chihuahua was begging for food. I looked down thinking I would see a dog looking up at me, but there wasn't anything there. My instinct had been to move him down with my hand to get him to stop begging. I laughed out loud and said to my husband, I keep feeling like there is a dog here. I felt something jump at my leg and I almost pushed it down. My husband said that's weird, because I feel like there is one here too. He told me he was on his way to the bathroom around 3 a.m. As soon as he walked out and turned to walk down the hall, he seen a small shadow sitting there still looking at him. He jumped back startled, and it disappeared. I was in shock, because I didn't expect anyone to feel the same thing. It seemed weird. I am very connected to animals. I have always been my whole life. Dogs and I seem to have a very deep bond, almost on a spiritual level. About a week later, it was a weekend, and my husband and I were watching TV. We were both on our own couch. Mine was the large sofa, so I was stretched out under a blanket. Almost without any thinking, I went to readjust my position. In the moment, I thought my dog was laying in the crease of the back of my knee, where my legs bent. I was being careful to not squash him or move him because I felt a weight on the blanket. I looked and nothing was there. I felt weird. I told my husband what had happened. Everything was normal for a while after that. I hadn't felt the dog since the couch. One night I woke up and had to go to the bathroom. I am night blind and I wore glasses, but I decided to just go without putting them on. The bathroom had a window and a light from outside shined through with just enough light that I could see once I got close and around the corner. So I headed down the hall, sliding my hand slowly across the wall so I could feel where to go. I was looking straight ahead, but it was pitch black. I came to the corner, with my hand still tracing the side, and I saw something. It was darker than the dark hall, but the darkness blocked the light from the window. The light traced a body. Its height brought my head to look instinctively up towards where a face would be. I froze in terror, gasped and jumped back, scared because I thought it was a real person. Where the head would be, it looked like he was wearing a top hat. This dark figure seemed to be close to 6 feet 5 tall. Once I realized it wasn't human, I quickly rushed past it to turn on the bathroom light. With the light on, I seen that nothing was there. Years later I brought this up to my daughter. I didn't want to tell her before because she was still little, and she shared with me she also seen a man there who would stand in the corner, with a big hat, and a little dog at his feet. This happened only 3 weeks ago. I've thought about it often and I know without a doubt, me and my patient were almost prey to a predator. I work for my state. I work with people with substance abuse disorder, the mentally ill, and to a lesser degree those with slight developmental delays. My role with the developmentally delayed is similar to a lower-ranked social worker. One thing I have to verify is that the participant is able to achieve their own personal goals set for that year, similar to an IEP in public schools. One of my patients has a goal to walk and/or hike at least 1 mile, 3 times a week. When I made my visit to her home, walking/hiking was what I need to see her achieve. So she took us both on a walking/hiking trail nearby. Her and I are actually similar age, our 40s. As we were walking the trail, we got to a point that was much more isolated. We were no longer walking the trail that loops around a neighborhood pond with many people, but we were on trail that took us through the woods and a cotton field. Her and I were walking and talking when she suddenly stopped walking. I looked at her and just as she went to say, "I have a bad feeling," I had an overwhelming feeling myself that someone was watching us. Due to her development delays, I felt more concern for her welfare than my own. It's hard to explain, but I didn't feel fear. I felt a feeling of protecting her. I looked behind us because I heard the sound of leaves crunching, and sure enough, a guy, who looked to be in his 30s, is suddenly coming out of the woods, and he's slowly creeping up towards us. There was no one else around, so for this guy to magically come out of the woods and creeping up, I knew whatever he wanted was nefarious. I told her to continue walking, giving her a head start. I don't know why I even did this, but I just completely turned myself around, stopped, and I looked straight at him. I just stared. I didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but as soon as we locked eyes, it was as if he realized, now they know I'm back here, because he froze and stopped walking towards us. I kept staring at him, then I started to walk back towards my patient, so he understood my eyes were on him. Then as I walked backwards, I looked over to see my patient, looked back at him, and he disappeared as fast as he came. Back into the woods. If he were just wanting to walk this nature trail, why did he stop as soon I turned around and stared? Why wouldn't he just continue on his walk and pass us? This guy was clearly waiting and watching for a woman, or women, to go down the isolated trail. For him to come out of the woods when he did, it was clear to me that he was out hiding and stalking. I will forever be convinced that my patient's bad feeling and my feeling of being watched saved one or both of us from whatever that man had planned. A friend and I had planned a hunting trip in the vast wilderness of the Crane Prairie area. The anticipation of tracking deer and immersing ourselves in nature's embrace filled our hearts with excitement. Little did we know that this adventure would take an unexpected turn. As we made our way along the desolate path that hugged the Deschutes River channel, the landscape appeared eerily different. The water levels were significantly low due to a prolonged period of drought, revealing a barren and desolate terrain. It was then that we stumbled upon something that sent chills down our spines: 5 distinct footprints etched deeply in the soft sand. Examining the footprints closely, I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that crept over me. These imprints were unlike any I had seen before. They were far too large to be made by an ordinary person, and the depth of the impressions suggested an immense weight behind them. Despite the skepticism of a local resident who claimed they were a bowhunter's prank, I couldn't help but question that explanation. The authenticity of these footprints seemed undeniable, leading me to ponder the presence of something extraordinary. Intrigued and determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the lore surrounding the area. It was during my research that I stumbled upon a map, meticulously documenting numerous sightings of the Sasquatch in the same vicinity. The map was a treasure trove of accounts from both locals and explorers who claimed to have encountered the elusive creature. Their descriptions mirrored the very footprints we had discovered, further fueling our curiosity and sense of adventure. My friend and I decided to venture deeper into the wilderness, following the map's markings in search of answers. We carefully navigated the rugged terrain, constantly scanning our surroundings for any signs of movement or unusual activity. Hours passed, and as the golden hues of the setting sun painted the landscape, we found ourselves deep within the heart of the forest. Suddenly, a hush fell over the forest, as if nature itself held its breath. A moment later, we heard a rustling in the underbrush, followed by a low growl that sent shivers down our spines. Our hearts raced as we slowly turned to face the source of the sound. And there, amidst the towering trees and dappled sunlight, stood a creature unlike anything we had ever witnessed. It was Sasquatch. Towering at least 11 feet tall, covered in a shroud of thick, dark hair, it possessed a presence that commanded both awe and respect. Its powerful frame exuded a sense of primal strength and wisdom, while its eyes gleamed with an ancient knowing. Time seemed to stand still as we locked eyes with this extraordinary being. There was a profound sense of connection, as if we were standing on the precipice of an age-old secret. In that moment, the doubts and uncertainties melted away, replaced by a deep sense of wonder and reverence. But our encounter with Sasquatch was fleeting. With a gentle nod, the enigmatic creature melted back into the wilderness, leaving us in a state of awe and disbelief. We stood there, humbled by the realization that there were mysteries in this world far beyond our comprehension. As we made our way back to civilization, we carried with us the memory of that extraordinary encounter. When I was 11 years old, my father decided to treat us to a sledding adventure on a logging road not too far from our home. The location boasted higher elevation, guaranteeing better snow for our winter escapade. We gathered our excitement and set off to a place known as the 5 Mile Cause, named after the steep hill it featured. As we arrived at our destination, I couldn't contain my enthusiasm. The left side of the hill was adorned with towering timber, while the right side revealed a vast clear-cut. At the bottom of the hill, a road emerged, stretching into the open expanse. My father, the ever-prepared adventurer, had even built a fire at the top of the hill to keep us warm as we indulged in the thrill of sledding. Eager to experience the rush, I decided to embark on a solo run down the hill. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I slid down the slope, feeling the wind whip past me. Finally, I reached the bottom and gracefully came to a stop. Excitedly, I hopped off the sled and rose to my feet, ready to relish in the triumph of my speedy descent. But as I turned to my right, an unexpected sight froze me in my tracks. 2 towering figures stood before me, their presence both mesmerizing and unsettling. These creatures, larger than any I had ever seen, locked their gaze upon me. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and an inexplicable fear gripped my heart. Without a second thought, I pivoted on my heels and began walking away from the enigmatic beings. At first, my steps were cautious and deliberate, my eyes darting back to ensure I was not being pursued. But the growing sense of urgency urged me to quicken my pace. As my heart raced, I broke into a run, propelled by an instinctual need to distance myself from the unknown. Last fall, in the vast expanse of Bridger Teton National Forest, I embarked on an unforgettable journey with a group of friends. Our road trip was not centered around hunting or any particular purpose. Rather, it was a venture fueled by our shared love for exploration and the great outdoors. Our destination was set, and with a friend en route to Jackson Hole Airport, we secured a coveted spot in the Spread Creek dispersed camping area, nestled within the embrace of nature's tranquility. As we set up camp and made preparations, a fleeting thought crossed our minds, urging us to ascend the hill and seek solace in higher grounds. However, a collective decision swayed us to remain in our chosen site, content with the natural beauty that surrounded us. Little did we know that this choice would lead us on a path intertwined with the enigmatic and the unknown. Returning to our camp after retrieving our friend from the airport, we were greeted by an unexpected visitor, a sizable dog-man-like creature. Bipedal with dark fur, emerged from the very spot we had claimed as our own. A mix of awe, trepidation, and respect washed over us as we observed the majestic creature in its habitat. It was a first-time encounter for most of us, a moment that left us slightly uneasy as we settled into our tents for the night. The following day dawned, and as we began the process of packing up our belongings, a group of National Forest Rangers made their way up the trail towards us. Their arrival brought with it a sense of urgency, as they informed us that the campground would be closed shortly after our departure. Their words hung in the air, hinting at an incident that had taken place nearby, but they divulged no further details. Intrigued and unnerved by the Rangers' cryptic message, we couldn't help but wonder what lay concealed just beyond the ridge. Little did we know that the missing girl, whose disappearance had garnered national attention and ignited countless headlines, had been found merely a quarter-mile from our campsite. The intertwining paths of chance and fate had brought us to a place where the echoes of tragedy resonated, unbeknownst to us until that moment. As we departed from that serene haven, our hearts heavy with the weight of the unknown, we carried with us an indelible reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring mysteries that lie within the realm of the wilderness. I'm Officer Miller, and I've had some extraordinary encounters in New London County while on patrol. It all started one night around midnight. I was sitting in my parked cruiser when, to my astonishment, I spotted a creature just 15 feet away. It was large, covered in short dark hair, and completely devoid of any clothing or jewelry. But what truly caught my attention were its massive gray eyes that emitted an eerie glow, like a flashlight cutting through the darkness. Several months later, I received information about an unrelated incident involving 3 missing individuals who were hunting in the same area where I had encountered the creature before. Determined to investigate further, I gathered a team and set up traps, hoping to catch a glimpse or any evidence of its presence. Despite our efforts, the heavy rainfall hindered our search, and we came up empty-handed. 5 weeks passed, and I had long forgotten about the incident when I received a phone call at home. It was the deputy sheriff in charge of the missing persons case, asking if I had witnessed anything unusual. Due to the persistent rain, I knew the creature wouldn't have left any traceable evidence. Nevertheless, I recounted what I had seen 5 weeks earlier, a towering figure measuring around 7 to 8 feet in height, with short dark hair and a face that was nothing short of grotesque. And those eyes, still vivid in my memory, glowed with a strange gray hue. During the summer of 1973, I heard another chilling account from Detective Bradson. He was called to investigate reports of an unknown animal slaughtering livestock. Initially presumed to be a wolf or coyote, it quickly became apparent that something far more mysterious was at play. As Bradson walked through the woods, he stumbled upon large tracks that led him into a dense swamp area, enveloped by thick vegetation. It was in that moment that an unsettling feeling washed over him, an eerie sensation of being watched. And in the distance, he caught sight of a pair of bright green eyes. Reacting instinctively, Bradson drew his gun and fired a warning shot into the air. But as quickly as the eyes appeared, they vanished, leaving him with a sense of impending danger. As darkness descended upon the surroundings, Bradson decided it was best to retreat. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lurked in those woods was observing his every move. The description he gave of the creature mirrored the one I had encountered in my own report, though his encounter occurred 4 years prior to mine. These unsettling events continue to baffle us, leaving us with more questions than answers. What is this enigmatic being that roams our county? Is it merely a figment of our imagination or something far more tangible? As an officer dedicated to serving and protecting, it is my duty to uncover the truth behind these strange encounters, no matter how unnerving they may be. When I was younger, I worked as a ranger in a Georgia park. Most of my nights were spent instructing people not to leave out offerings for bears and other animals. But every now and again, I got a call about rowdy teens or even rowdier adults. It was a thankless job, but dealing with the public often was. One night, as I leaned back in my chair, trying to stay awake by listening to a podcast, the phone rang. Normally, I relished the action. The night shift was miserable without it. But it was freezing cold outside tonight, and I had no registered campers. The last thing I wanted to do was leave the central heating of my post to go and hunt down a group of kids that ran off to make out in the woods. Frustrated before I had the chance to say hello, I brought the phone to my ear, waiting for somebody to say something. However, no matter how I called out to the other person, there was only heavy breathing in response. Nothing like a good old-fashioned prank call to make me hate youth just a bit more than I already did. I hung up, resuming my podcast, content to doze off until morning. But the prank caller had other plans. They called 4 times, only ever breathing heavier into the receiver. By the 5th call, my patience was at its end. I answered with a sharp what? Only to have it steamrolled by crying and begging, a muddled voice that was nearly indecipherable. I don't remember how long I spent trying to calm her down before she finally choked something out. By the river, please help. The line went dead, because why wouldn't it have? And then nobody else called. All efforts to call her back were met with the telltale ring of a busy phone line. But by the river was too vague. The river stretched through most of the park. It would take hours to comb the area on my own. But when I realized it was my line that was cut, I had no other choice. I grabbed my shotgun off the wall, hoping almost desperately that it was just a bear taking a break from hibernation to hassle a woman for her peanut butter sandwich and not another psychopath. "Hello, is anybody out there?" I stood on the doorstep with my ear to the wind, hoping to get some kind of clue for what direction to head off into. I was met with silence. I heaved a sigh of defeat and chose a direction at random. When I found her, I swore I'd give her a good old piece of my mind. And not only was it freezing, but the trails were pretty clear about not getting near the river. They were endless, deadly combinations lurking within their depths. And some said the danger did not solely lie beneath the water. Some said that the gray woman walked along the banks, crying out for help in an effort to lead compassionate bystanders into the water. A story I didn't necessarily believe, but it was entertaining nevertheless. The stories my coworkers came up with never ceased to tickle me. I was about 30 minutes away from the ranger station when I stepped on something squelching beneath my boots. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but as I knelt down before the mass, I realized exactly what I was dealing with. Someone's wet clothes sat in a heap, discarded in a hurry in an effort to warm up after falling in. And the ice was rarely thick enough to bounce an acorn off, let alone pretend to be capable of holding a human's weight. So, I can only wonder how anybody could have gotten so soaked. Even if they'd slid down the bank, there was no way they'd been submerged the way these garments suggested. I was about to start searching for blood trails when a voice came from the trees. It was nothing more than a hiss, but it sent my heart into overdrive. My first instinct was to haul it back to where I came from, to leave the whispers behind once and for all. But the shotgun in my hand was more than capable of turning a human into Swiss cheese, so I pushed forward. I called into the trees, demanding that the person hiding amongst the leafless branches come out with their hands up. When nothing happened, I called again, this time warning them that I'd shoot if they did not say something. "Stop screaming. She'll hear." The voice from the trees didn't seem to understand the concept of packing heat. I could only wonder if she was in the throes of a psychotic break and there was nothing else out there after all. Yet, she was huddled amongst the vegetation, whimpering about some mysterious sheep. I was moments from threatening her with the cops when I heard the same voice from over the phone. It was just as hysterical as it had been, just as watery and hard to understand. If not for the icy hand on my wrist, I'd have followed the voice of the person I'd originally gone searching for. It was my job to help those in need on the trail, and I had no reason to hesitate. But the woman's hold was unbreakable in that moment, and her hissed warning to stay still made me think twice. I tried to help her, the woman told me. Her face was a breath away from my own, but she was as cold as the rocks along the river's edge. The heat that radiated from living beings was completely missing in her. But my attention went elsewhere as the voice called for help again. "And if you don't want to end up like me, you'll go back the way you came." I had no idea what to account for. I could only assume this was the poltergeist of a woman who had passed. My mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. I had no intention of becoming a ghostly apparition haunting the park, trapped in eternal torment. With a mix of fear and determination, I made the difficult decision to heed the warning. I turned on my heels, retracing my steps through the treacherous trails. The whispers and eerie voices that had accompanied me throughout the night seemed to fade away, as if the park itself was releasing me from its clutches. As I reached the ranger station, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. I may not have found the woman who called for help, but I had survived the encounter with whatever haunted those woods. And that was enough for now. Days turned into weeks, and the incident became a haunting memory. I continued my duties as a park ranger, but with a newfound respect for the unknown that lurked within the wilderness. I often wondered about the mysterious caller, the woman by the river, and the voice that warned me to turn back. Was it all a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of the park's dark history? Or was there something truly sinister dwelling within its depths? Regardless, I knew one thing for certain. The park held secrets that were best left undisturbed. And as I patrolled the fog-laden trails, I couldn't help but feel a shiver down my spine, a reminder that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. I have a friend whose father worked for the Forest Service. We found Skookum Lake from one of his maps. This was a primitive campsite just north of Bagby Hot Springs. As soon as we arrived, we set up camp and went for a long hike up Thunder Mount. After the hike, the sun was beginning to set. All four of us were beat, so we got ready for bed. No drinking, no drugs, no funny stuff. Exhausted, I fell asleep as soon as I hit my mummy bag. Sometime during the night, I heard some noises, not your usual nighttime forest noises. I heard large rocks being thrown down the ridge, banging off the other rocks on the way down. And from the hike earlier in day, I noticed a large pile of boulders near the top of the ridge. It sounded like something was hunting for something. I sat up in my tent 100% alert. I wasn't dreaming. I tried to wake up my friends, but was frozen stiff. I was surprised no one else woke up. Finally, I was asleep, only to be awakened to footsteps outside our camp. It didn't sound like a bear, because the footsteps were spaced apart longer than a four-legged animal. I could not talk, so I tried to throw my socks at my friends. Nothing at all. I forced myself to sleep. And the next day I only asked if anyone else woke up last night to any loud noises. No one did, so I never mentioned the rocks and footsteps. There were no footprints anywhere. We didn't like all the mosquitoes, so we left Skookum Lake for another camp. It wasn't until a few years later when I read about other incidents at Skookum. That's why I think it may have been the Sasquatch. "11 of us gathered at the crack of dawn, a motley crew of seasoned hunters, each with our own stories etched onto weathered faces and calloused hands. We were embarking on a hunting trip like no other, deep into the untamed wilderness of Oklahoma. Our rifles gleamed in the morning light, a testament to our prowess and determination. As we ventured further into the remote wilderness, our senses sharpened, attuned to every rustle of leaves and fleeting shadow. The air grew heavy with anticipation, and a sense of foreboding washed over us. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for our first encounter. Days turned into nights, and with each passing moment, the weight of an unseen presence pressed upon us. The cryptid, an unknown entity lurking in the depths of the forest, haunted our every step. Whispered tales of its ferocity and insatiable hunger filled our campfire conversations, fueling both curiosity and fear. Then it began. A hunter would vanish without a trace, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions and a chilling silence that hung in the air. Fear gripped our hearts as the encounters grew more frequent, and the cryptid reveled in our despair. One by one, our numbers dwindled, falling victim to the wrath of this supernatural predator. Desperation consumed us, and we realized the true nature of our foe, a dogman, a creature akin to the mythical werewolf, prowling through the darkness with lethal intent. The final hunter, battered and bloodied, stood alone against the relentless assault. He clutched his rifle tightly, determined to defy the odds. A fierce battle ensued, gunfire ripping through the stillness of the forest, but the dogman proved resilient, shrugging off the hunter's bullets. Just as the werewolf lunged forward, ready to deliver the final blow, it froze, sensing a presence in the distance. With a primal howl, it vanished into the shadows, retreating to the sanctuary of the woods. Moments later, a park ranger emerged from the depths of the forest, drawn by the echoing turmoil. With a mixture of relief and pain, he rushed to the injured hunter's side, offering solace and aid. It was a bittersweet victory. My grandfather told me this story when I was a teenager. I'm 52 now. My granddad grew up in the woods of central New Brunswick, in a very remote area, where only survivalists go now. Their whole family lived out in the sticks. They lived by hunting, fishing, trapping, and some logging. Granddad said, when he was a teenager, he and his older brother, Duke, were up, in the early hours, checking trap lines, on an old motorbike. It was early fall. Frost was on the grass and early morning mist still hung around the forest edges. He was rolling cigarettes with his brother and they were out of matches, so they dipped a bit of cloth in the gas tank and ignited it off the coil wire, while Duke kicked the bike over. The sound of a bike being kicked over, without an ignition, is sort of like an animal call. That's how my granddad described it. Anyways, just as they started smoking their cigarettes, my grandfather noticed something bounding through the tree line, toward them. Granddad said it ran in a way a bear did, but it stopped several yards away from them and stood up, on its hind legs. It was still too far away to tell what it was, but they assumed it was a black bear because they are very common in New Brunswick. That's when it began walking, upright, toward them. As it got nearer, Granddad said it looked like a huge werewolf. His family origin was German, so this was not unknown. It got as close as 20 feet away from them and then began to eye them closely. It sniffed their smokes and then turned and hopped/ran back to the trees. Granddad said they were not scared. He said they were only shocked that such a creature was living in the woods. Granddad said it was taller than any man, had a huge head, evil eyes, long, upright ears, hands with long claws, and had hair all over its body. I can't remember what color he said its fur was, but he said it had wolf-like legs. Back when I was in grade school, I had a memorable turkey hunting experience in the wilderness of Missouri. It was a crisp morning, and I set out with my gear, filled with anticipation for a successful hunt. Little did I know that the events of that day would forever etch themselves in my memory. As I patiently waited in my concealed spot, hoping to catch a glimpse of a turkey, I noticed a sudden burst of movement in the distance. A deer darted through the underbrush, pursued closely by two energetic coonhounds. Startled, I watched as they disappeared into the wilderness, leaving me intrigued by their unexpected presence. A couple of minutes passed, and to my surprise, a solid black figure emerged from the shadows, following the path of the deer and hounds. Assuming it was another dog, I thought nothing of it and continued to wait for my chance at a turkey. However, as time ticked by, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, tingling the hairs on the back of my neck. Something felt off. Instinctively, I turned around, a shiver of unease running down my spine. And there it was, a mere 10 yards away, steadily advancing towards me, utter silence enveloping its presence. The sight before me was striking, an ebony creature with piercing eyes, making its way towards me with an uncanny grace. Its movements were fluid, and the absence of sound intensified the eerie encounter. I stood there, frozen in awe and confusion, unsure of what lay before me. In that fleeting moment, the black enigma altered its course, as if startled by my sudden awareness. With a quick change of direction, its tail dropped to the ground, forming a slight curl, a telltale sign of feline instincts. It was a sight that I would forever remember, a black crawler, a creature whose existence was often denied by the conservation authorities at the time, despite numerous reported sightings. In retrospect, I speculated that the majestic predator must have been drawn to the motion of my decoy as I walked through the brush. Perhaps it perceived the decoy as potential prey, silently stalking its simulated target. But my inadvertent turn had disrupted its plan, causing it to retreat into the wilderness, leaving me both relieved and intrigued by the encounter. My old neighbor, who committed S shortly after his experience, came to me with his experience. We were both registered Maine guides, hunting, fishing, recreation. Guiding in Maine is a serious business. The criteria are strict, and guides are expert woodsmen, with years of outdoors experience. Anyway, he confided in me about this sighting. He was hunting his own property during deer season of 2011. The property is located on the Jefferson-Washington town lines, which are also the Knox-Lincoln County lines, in Maine. The particular property is a Christmas tree farm, and is private property. My friend was watching a run, where deer regularly traveled, cutting through his property. He observed for about a minute a bipedal creature walking, with its upper body well above his Christmas trees. It had a wolf's head, was muscular, and covered in hair, but walking like a man. At the end of the sighting, the creature dropped to all fours and took off down the run. He was shaking when he told me the story, and based upon my few years working in law enforcement, I don't believe he was lying. Both of us guided for bear hunters at the time, and I know he was very familiar with bears, and Maine wildlife in general. He made a particular emphasis on the pointed ears. He said it looked like a werewolf. In Maine, people do see these things, and generally call them wendigo. After that sighting, I carried a firearm going to my barn at night. I am certain that he told me the truth. Unfortunately, he for some reason committed S shortly after he told me about the sighting, which was very fresh at the time. The area has some large tracts of woods, with very limited access, due to private property. There is a stream passing through the area, and some high ridges. Also, old cellar holes and stone walls are scattered throughout the forest behind the property. Food sources are plentiful in the area, with old apple trees, berry patches, deer, turkey, snowshoe hares. Bears are present in the area, but not in huge numbers. Moose are also present, but again not in huge numbers. While I still own a house very near the spot, I have moved to South Dakota, and have no intention of moving back to Maine, due to political economic reasons. I am curious if other Maine folks have seen these things. It seems to me that people have, but always in hushed conversations about an uncle. Several years ago, during a chilling October evening, my friend and I embarked on a drive from Waldo to Cultus. The road was familiar to us, but as dusk settled in, the surrounding landscape transformed into an eerie and shadowy realm. As we maneuvered through the dwindling light, our headlights pierced the darkness, revealing an unexpected sight. A lone figure emerged from the gloom, trudging forward despite the biting cold. Clad only in a t-shirt and shorts, he seemed ill-prepared for the harsh elements that awaited him on his journey towards Cultus. Concerned for his well-being, we decided to stop and offer him a ride. Rolling down the window, I called out to him, asking if he needed assistance and if he wanted a lift to the nearby resort. To my surprise, his response sent a shiver down my spine. With an unsettling intensity in his eyes, the man looked at me and uttered a phrase that still echoes in my memory: "You're going to take me to La Pine." His words were laced with an inexplicable demand, as if he expected nothing less than compliance. Caught off guard by his unwavering insistence, I attempted to reason with him, explaining that we were unable to accommodate his request to travel all the way to La Pine. I offered to drop him off at the resort, which was a more reasonable distance. However, his response was far from what I expected. In an alarming twist, the man swiftly produced a pocket knife, the glint of the blade reflecting the fading light. He repeated his demand with a chilling certainty: "You're taking me to La Pine." The gravity of the situation suddenly became all too real, and the adrenaline surged through my veins. Maintaining a calm facade, I assessed the situation and made a quick decision. Sensing the potential danger, I chose to prioritize our safety and promptly drove away, leaving the mysterious man to his solitary trek in the desolate darkness. Not a sighting, but hearing two very unusual howls in the woods behind my property October 1st shortly after midnight, full moon too, so it was almost like your classical horror movie script. I live in the town of New Portland, Maine. Lived in the Maine woods all my life, and I am very familiar with the sounds of local wildlife. It certainly weren't coyotes, as I hear them mostly every night. Not Bigfoot-like sounds either, as I looked up on the internet. Two short howls about 20 seconds apart from each other, K9 in nature, but deeper and louder, big lungs. Hard to determine the proximity, could have been as far away as a half a mile from my property, but it sounded nearby nonetheless, and I had a strong gut reaction to better go inside. While I've never felt threatened by any wildlife sounds before. Just reporting this as backup in case there would be reports of sightings in this area. I also like to report a possible sighting that a friend told me. In August of 2016 early evening he got chased out of a farm in Lexington, ME, which is not too far from here. He is an avid hunter and he described it as something way bigger than a bear or a moose. He was alerted by his two Rottweilers in the back of his truck going in full panic mode, when he saw something huge standing on two legs behind a tree 20 feet away in his rear view mirror. It then leapt on all fours toward his truck. He started the truck and bolted out of there, seeing the thing chase him in the mirror for a short while. Don't think he reported it, as he still can't really accept what he saw and he doesn't like talking about it. I did not know about Dogman back then when he told me, just started researching after I heard the unusual howls I heard a couple of days ago. I hope this is useful to you. My experience was not a visual encounter, but hearing unusual howls, unusual enough to start searching the internet. I listened to the audios on the link you sent me. Honestly, what I heard was not alike any of those, although it came closest to the third audio, which sounded more like coyote to me. What I heard was the howl being shorter in duration, but deeper and louder. Exactly this aspect suggests that it was bigger than a coyote, wolf or dog. That and a gut feeling being very, very uncomfortable and feeling I need to go inside quickly. Like I said, I hear the coyotes almost every night around here. That howl was one time only, have not heard it since, and I am glad of that. The sighting in Lexington, 2016, was by a friend of mine. He told me once, just after it happened, but still can't come to terms with what he saw and he'd rather not talk about it. I had never heard of Dogman back then. It wasn't until I started researching your site and other material 2 weeks ago, that I connected the dots and realized that was probably what he had seen and what I might have heard. Altogether, I thought I reported, as a confirmation in case of other reports in this area. When I think back to my high school days, a peculiar memory always comes to mind. It was a long time ago, but the events remain vivid in my mind, as if they happened just yesterday. One gloomy afternoon, my buddies and I received news of our friend's grandmother's passing. They lived in a secluded area, far from the bustling city and surrounded by nature's embrace. It was a place where the wind whispered secrets and shadows danced in the moonlight. A week after the funeral, seeking solace and distraction, we decided to go fishing. As we cast our lines into the calm waters, laughter mingled with the gentle ripples of the lake. Little did we know that an eerie surprise awaited us upon our return. As we approached my friend's grandmother's house, our eyes widened with disbelief. The lights inside were inexplicably switched on. A chill crept up my spine, and a sense of unease settled in the air. My friend confessed that this had been happening ever since his grandmother's passing. With a sense of duty mixed with trepidation, we entered the house and promptly turned off the lights. We decided to distract ourselves and headed out to grab a bite to eat. An hour passed, and as we returned, our hearts sank at the sight before us. The lights were on once again. Baffled and intrigued, we flicked the switches back to darkness, our minds spinning with possibilities. Could it be a faulty electrical system? Or perhaps an unexplained quirk of the house? Determined to uncover the truth, we ventured into every nook and cranny, clutching a gun for a false sense of security. But our search yielded no results. There was no trace of anyone within those walls. Years ago, me and 5 other people were drinking in the forest preserve. All but one of us were young men. This spot of preserve was surrounded by busy streets and had a large field with a creek that ran through the middle. The north part had a small patch of trees. They were very dense. If you walked 10 feet in, you could not be seen from the street. We would park on residential streets and walk from the south and cross the creek. We felt like where we went into the trees we could see any car or person coming way before they could see us. To the north was a busy intersection, a lot with a restaurant and large store, and a parking lot that is closed after sundown. There is nowhere to easily park to the north, cemetery to the east and no parking to the west. There are some houses to the northeast and northwest. We are in the woods, drinking and being loud. The road noise covered us very well. At some point one of us stops and is staring to the north. He whispers someone is there. All I can see is the silhouette of legs through the trees. Someone walked through the whole patch of trees from the north to us, maybe 10 feet into the woods on the south end of the trees. They are standing maybe 15 to 20 feet away. We didn't hear anything. Someone saw the silhouette when headlights hit the woods for a second. We are standing there, all of us quiet. The person is not moving. They are standing still in the trees. Fallen trees are blocking most of them, but I can still see legs. We start to argue whether or not it's even a person. Finally my friend shouts hello to the person. Not a sound or move. He starts to take a step and asks, "Do you know what time it is?" The person finally moves. I can see them walking back to the north, slowly and quietly. They don't say a word, and very quickly we can no longer see them. We ran out of the woods and regrouped on the tree line to the south. We ended up finishing our beers and left an hour later. We did not go back into the woods that night. We never saw a car leave the lot or side street. I always figured they had to have walked from somewhere not near the woods. I also wondered what they were doing that 6 people didn't scare them off. A couple of us are big guys. It was the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me. As my friends and I were driving back home from the prom, we found ourselves on a secluded country road, nestled amidst the Portland/Vancouver area. It was during this journey that I noticed something unsettling, something that sent a shiver down my spine. Glimpsing at one of the houses along that road, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over me. The feeling was so strong that I couldn't shake it off. Curiously, I observed that this eerie sensation seemed to permeate most of the houses lining that street, creating an atmosphere of dread and foreboding. Although none of us initially mentioned it, I eventually confided in one of my friends, a remarkably perceptive empath, who confirmed experiencing the same unsettling vibes. It was a relief to know that I wasn't alone in my apprehension. What struck me about these houses was their distinct appearance. They had a peculiar architectural style, characterized by front yards that seemed to extend inward, creating an enclosed atmosphere. All of them followed a ranch-style design, and their front yards boasted gardens adorned with numerous small pine trees. I couldn't pinpoint whether it was the house's appearance alone or something more intangible that triggered such a strong reaction within me. However, the moment we left that road, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over me, gradually dissipating the haunting feeling that had plagued us. Nonetheless, the events of that night linger in my mind, leaving me with questions that demand answers. I wonder if anyone else has had a similar experience in that area. Has this phenomenon been observed by others? I'm open to hearing theories and explanations that could shed light on what caused these unsettling vibes and the palpable sense of dread we encountered that night. One particular incident from my life has remained etched in my memory, its peculiarities haunting me to this day. It happened during a hiking expedition through a vast and secluded timber plantation. Accompanied by a guide and a few friends, we ventured deep into the wilderness, far from any signs of civilization. We had been trekking for several hours, planning to take a well-deserved break, when something caught our attention in the distance. It was an old car, parked approximately 100 yards ahead of us. Given the remote location, my initial assumption was that the car had been abandoned, so I paid little heed to it. However, as we approached, the details became clearer. Inside the vehicle, I spotted a weathered man, around 60 years old, occupying the driver's seat. Beside him sat a young boy, his face etched with fear. Both of them fixed their gaze upon us, their eyes filled with intensity. My instinctive urge was to approach them and inquire if they needed any assistance. However, before I could act upon it, our guide silently altered our course, veering away from the scene and hastening our pace. Strangely enough, none of us mentioned the incident afterward. It's as if a silent agreement had been forged to keep it buried within our collective memories. Nevertheless, the enigma persists, and the mere thought of why that man and the boy were in the heart of the woods, with the car turned off and windows sealed, watching us so intently, sends chills down my spine. This happened 4 years ago around New Year's at my house. I live in a pretty wooded area of Maryland. I actually have a nice trail in my backyard that leads to a stream. I go down here a lot with friends, my dog, and even just by myself. I've never encountered another person along this stream anytime I've been there. Because of this, I've always felt pretty at ease there, but still a bit cautious knowing my whole neighborhood could just as easily walk down their backyards and get to this stream, or people from the neighborhood against ours. On this day, we had some cousins over, I believe, to watch a Ravens game and just get together for the holidays. It was unusually warm for late December, probably around 50s, 60s. We all moved outside to supervise my little cousins throwing a football around. My mom suggested that I take my younger cousins down the trail to the stream to burn off some energy. Honestly, I didn't want to because I was so bloated from food. But I did. I herded 4 pubescent boys down the trail to the stream and they kinda ran off ahead of me to climb on things and do whatever. I just hung behind to watch over them and make sure nobody did anything especially stupid, while playing on my phone. I kinda got this weird feeling while I was down there, and felt not at ease. Almost like a premonition. I turned around to look behind me and scan the woods. The first scan, everything was fine. Then I saw it. There was a dark figure in the distance, that looked male but I'm not entirely sure because of the distance, who was half behind a tree, almost as if he was hiding and peeking out at me. When I spotted him, rather than go back behind the tree, he stepped out and just stood beside the tree while I stared back. I had a really bad feeling and got the largest chill and immediately yelled for the boys to come back. They didn't listen to me at first, but I told them to get their asses back and didn't say why, just started hauling ass up the trail and made it back safely to my house, where I told everyone about the encounter. I'm sure nothing bad would have happened if we had stayed down there, but I really didn't want to find out. The Martin family had downsized their lives. A workplace injury had devastated Eric, and Shelley had left her job to take care of her husband. As a result, they were looking for a less expensive place to live. Shelley had found a beautiful, older farm in Palmyra that was just what they needed. It was surrounded by dense woods. Eric's family had always been hunters, and his fairly extensive collection of guns was a bone of contention with Shelley. With the help of Eric's son, Sean, Eric built a strongbox to hold the guns under lock and key in the barn. Eric and Shelley had a routine of evening coffee on the sheltered porch, provided it wasn't too cold out. One night, they noticed strange, pulsating lights down past the tree line. At first, Sean thought it was just a poacher with a flashlight, but something didn't seem right. Shelley thought it was unnatural. Eric and Sean headed out into the field to investigate. As they approached the woods, the lights went out. It was so quiet, the snap of a tree branch underfoot echoed. Eric sent Sean around with his flashlight off, hoping to catch any potential poacher unaware. Eric felt something far beyond any fear he'd ever felt hunting. All Eric and Sean found was each other, Not even a track on the ground to give them a hint of what they'd seen. Chelsea's boyfriend Nathan came for a visit, and they decided to go for a walk in the woods with the dogs. The dogs ran out ahead of them, catching a scent. When Chelsea and Nathan caught up, the dogs were rooting around by a large hole in the ground. Nathan thought the overly round hole had been dug with care. Chelsea had a bad feeling about the whole thing, and urged him to leave. Finally, he agreed. What had the dogs found? It was Memorial Day weekend, and Shelley was making the evening coffee. The dogs didn't want to go outside to their pen. Something wasn't right. Eric noticed that it was particularly quiet on that misty evening. When Eric heard an odd sound in the distance, he knew there was some sort of danger out there. Eric began to usher Shelley into the house. She protested, but when she heard some rustling in the distance, accompanied by 5 sets of eyes looking back at them, she realized the danger. They rushed into the house and locked the door. Eric knew it wasn't a bear, but it was huge and dangerous. The guns were in the barn, and Eric wasn't sure his family was safe in the house. Eric wanted to get the guns, but Shelley told him to stay. She went up to Chelsea's room and woke her daughter. Chelsea was half awake when she looked out the window, but laid back down and went back to sleep. All 5 of the creatures were still there. One stood on its hind legs and looked right at Shelley. Eric felt an instinct to protect his family. With the creatures in the distance, he thought that he might be able to get the family car backed up close enough to get them out. Even with his disability, Eric went outside. Shelley went through the house, closing the windows. She finally found the 2 hunting dogs hiding in a shadowed corner. If the dogs were scared? Shelley was concerned. When Eric reached the porch, he realized that he might have the distance to get there. It was going to be the longest 20 feet of his life. He started to slowly walk toward the car. When he finally reached it, grabbing the keys and trying to unlock the door, the motion sensor lights popped on. Eric was frightened, and very vulnerable. Suddenly, he was face to face with one of the creatures. It tried to reach into the light, but something stopped it. It bolted off into the darkness. Eric made for the house as quickly as he could. They decided to call the police, hoping for someone else to drive in while they remained sheltered. The police didn't take them seriously, telling Shelley to close the windows and lock the doors. Nobody was coming. They were on their own. Shelley heard them approach. They were on the other side of the outside wall, and if they wanted in, they were going to get in. Her family was being held hostage in their own house by these creatures. They weren't able to get the guns. There weren't any police coming. What were they going to do? Grabbing every sharp implement they could find, Shelley went and woke Chelsea. They needed all hands awake and alert. They all went into the master bedroom and laid on top of the bed, armed, waiting on daylight to come. When they heard the creatures outside, they were petrified. The only thing between the Martins and the creatures was the bedroom window. When morning came, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The creatures were gone. Eric called Sean, who came over and helped look for tracks. The tracks they did find were huge, with enormous claws. They showed a creature who could walk on 2 feet. These creatures had been hunting, stalking. Were they werewolves? To this day, nobody knows. When I was 11 years old, I went camping with my dad and my stepmom in a small town in West Virginia called Barnum. The park we went camping in was called the Barnum Whitewater area. Anyways, there wasn't a place to shower, and the bathrooms were just a hole in the ground, and there aren't words to describe how vile they were. Our cabin was nice and cozy and was maybe 20 feet away from the river. One night, we decided to leave the campground to grab some food because we had almost no food. So we went to get some food. It was really good lol. But anyways, we went back to the campground around 9:30-10 and decided to drive around. Well, about 1/4 of the way around, there is a girl randomly standing on the side of the road with what looked like a torch. We pulled up to ask her if she was okay, and she froze. We thought she was drunk and drove off. As we came back around, about 7 or 8 dune buggies come around the corner, and you're not allowed to have those in that campground. We were like whatever and went to the cabin. We saw that the screen to the window was pried open, like someone tried to break into our cabin. We were debating on leaving and going back to where we live, New Jersey, when a guy comes up to us with that same girl we saw in the woods. He asked if we knew her because she was scaring him and his 2 kids. We said no, and he walked off and the girl followed. We decided to get the hell out of there, and while we were packing inside, she comes up the driveway and sits down on the porch, and we tell her to get the hell off of the porch, and she starts crying and runs away. The final time we saw her, she came up the driveway and started calling my stepmom her mom and my dad her dad, and we had not a damn clue who the hell this girl was. I can't really remember much about her, but I know she was blonde and she was pretty tall. And finally, we left. Now, we called the police, but they said they couldn't help us for 2 reasons. 1, we had already left, and 2, the cops are not active after midnight. What if someone's being attacked, or threatened with a gun, and is about to die or something? We were in shock. So we went back, and drove the freaking 4 hours back to New Jersey where we live, and we didn't get home until like 4 a.m. In April 2011, a friend and I were stargazing on my roof on a dry, clear night in New Jersey. We were observing the Lyrids meteor shower that wasn't producing as many shooting stars as we had hoped, but we stayed up there, intensely focused on the sky to see one every few minutes. After a couple hours of this, we caught a bright light in our peripherals. We turn around and see what looks like a bright blue-white LED flashlight traveling in the forest behind the house. At first instinct we thought it was the police with a flashlight chasing someone, but then we realized that the light was up in the treetops, weaving through the canopy. All we could say is WTF is that over and over again as it got closer to us. It was traveling along the direction of the river behind our house and seemed to notice us because as it passed the back of my house, it slowed to a gentle stop, then took a 90-degree turn onto the clearing of our property about 40 feet from us, coming straight towards us, as if it had noticed us and wanted to check us out. This is when we got our first really good look at it. It was a perfectly defined glowing sphere of light the size of a basketball with what seemed like churning/flowing plasma inside. Icy blue-white hue emitting absolutely no sound at all. We started screaming at this point. As it approached, it moved very slowly compared to the pace it had traveling through the trees. It seemed almost cautious in its movement. It's weird, but you could sense some form of intention, intelligence in its movement. We were horrified because we knew nothing could explain what we were seeing. And we weren't about to F around and find out by letting it get any closer. We scrambled off the roof and ran inside, hiding under a blanket like scared little children, even though we were in our late teens. We didn't talk about it much after that because we just couldn't explain it. About a year later, one of my neighbors is banging on my door telling me to let him in. He told me that him and a friend were down by the river in that same patch of woods and were chased by a floating silent light ball. This freaked me out because I knew he was telling the truth. I had never told him the story of my encounter. A 23 female took my 2 dogs, a cane corso and a labradoodle, on a walk on a nature trail near my home. My car was the only car parked in the parking lot when I arrived, so no one else was on the trail. The trailhead only has one entrance and the trail has thick forest on either side of it. My dogs and I started walking, in maybe 3/4 of a mile and a man on a bike approached me from behind. I moved to side with my dogs to let him pass me, and when he does, my cane corso lunged toward him. I held her back, but that was unusual behavior for her. Around 5 minutes after the biker passed me, he passed me again going the other way toward the exit, and again my dog lunged at him. I thought it was extremely odd that he decided to turn around so quickly since he couldn't have gone much more than a mile, which seems like an extremely short bike ride. He was dressed in biking gear and had a professional bike, It just seemed like he turned around very quickly after he saw me. I decided to stop and let my dogs rest, and I FaceTimed my boyfriend to tell him about my odd encounter. My boyfriend agreed to stay on the phone with me while I walked back because I felt unsafe. Then, my dogs and I turned around and started heading back to my car. About half a mile into our trip back, both of my dogs lunged at something inside the tree line off to the side of the trail. They barked and growled and tugged on their leashes towards the area of the tree line. I did not see anything there, but my dogs definitely sensed something. We moved on and made it to the parking lot, and I saw one other car there with that man's bike hanging on the bike rack on the trunk of the vehicle. Once I got closer to the car, I realized no one was inside. I have a bad feeling that man had very bad intentions. I think that he biked back to his car after seeing me, walked to that spot on the trail and hid in the woods to do who knows what, then had second thoughts because I was on the phone with my boyfriends and I had two big dogs with me. It makes me sick thinking about it. I'm open to other explanations if anyone can think of one. I want this just to be an innocent encounter, just a misunderstanding on my part, but it feels sinister and I feel like my dog sensed his energy from the start. This situation made me realize that walking alone on a rural trail, even with two big dogs, is not safe for me. Edit. Him using the restroom in the forest is unlikely. There is a bathroom in the parking area. When I saw his car parked next to mine, I originally went to bathroom area because I worried he might be in his car or by his car. When I eventually went to my car to leave, that's when I realized no one was in his car. Sometimes I'd be blamed for causing problems I didn't know about, but rarely, so it wasn't concerning and I always chalked it up to a misunderstanding. I 18 female, live with my brother and mom, so not much goes on. We just coexist and sometimes my brother causes issues, but not usually me. But he's not causing these and they've been happening more. It feels like something's playing a trick on me often. Stuff like my phone pass won't enter for and then will with the same pass as before. My mom keeps nagging me about putting my muddy shoes away wrong and messing up stuff, and I never do this. I always leave them out to wipe off. I haven't went out in a month, but this happened twice? And today was the weirdest. My mom left and my brother was in his room. I had dinner for 1 hour and when she came back the counters were all scratched up like someone took a knife and scratched them. My mom said she might have to pay for them, renting. I was in my room and then washed my dishes so I wouldn't have noticed, but she did right away and my brother said he didn't use knives. I only opened a package with one away from them. It's just a mystery, and she blames me because I was the one out, but I was in my room most of the time too. I want to say it's all a misunderstanding, but it keeps happening. It seems like me. It's centered around me, but I'm not doing these things. I don't cause problems, especially not after being told not to, and she's brought this up. And seems to believe me because I seem confused, but also thinks I'm just forgetting, like something's wrong with me. But nothing is, like that, and I'm not forgetting? I have a good memory. I've come to think at times I'm being haunted or messed with. I mean, what else am I gonna think at this point? I kinda just want it to stop, it's freaking me out. I was canoe camping in Algonquin Park with my teenage nephew. Sunny afternoon on Sylvia Lake. No other campsites and a dead end as far as tripping routes go. We decided to take a leisurely paddle. He spots a red-tailed hawk perched in a black spruce near the shore, so he does the teenage thing and yells, "Hey!" at it. 1 steamboat, 2 steamboat, and we hear "hey." Weird. No formations that I can see that would produce an echo. I said, "Do it again." "Hey, hey." Same result. The canoe is still moving and he tries a 3rd time. No echo. Then, about 4 seconds later, "Hey, hey, hey." He looks back at me as if I am to explain what's happening, but I'm at a loss. There's nothing in the direction from where the echoes are coming. I'm weirded out thinking that there's some loony out there that's been stalking us. In the tranquil wilderness of the Oregon Cascades, 3 of us embarked on a camping adventure, seeking solace amidst nature's embrace. Nestled among the deer beds near the mountain saddle, we settled in for a chilly late May night, unaware of the extraordinary events that would unfold. As the cold air kissed our faces, I succumbed to slumber, entering a realm where dreams dance with reality. In the depths of my sleep, a haunting sensation gripped me, as if an unseen force yanked me from the confines of my tent and dragged me downhill. Startled and disoriented, I awoke abruptly, my heart pounding, struggling to discern the line between the dream and the tangible world around me. Seeking solace in the certainty of time, I reached for my phone, eager to ground myself in its familiar glow. However, something else captured my attention, a flickering light, moving above our camp. Assuming it to be the presence of my cousin, I dismissed the strange occurrence, allowing sleep to reclaim me once more. With the morning sun painting the landscape in golden hues, we ventured out, engaging in light-hearted banter as we trekked through the wilderness. It was then that my cousin's voice pierced the serene atmosphere, filled with a mix of bewilderment and exhaustion. He revealed that his sleep had been restless, plagued by vivid dreams of being dragged down the mountain. My curiosity piqued, I probed further, asking our other cousin if he had experienced any peculiar dreams during the night. To my astonishment, he too confessed to dreams hauntingly similar, mirroring the nightmarish ordeal of being forcefully pulled downhill. A chill ran down my spine as the pieces of this mystifying puzzle began to align. Sharing my own nocturnal encounter, I unveiled the eerie similarity between our dreams, connecting the threads of an inexplicable phenomenon. During middle school, I dreaded taking the bus from my dad's house. The bus stop was across the highway and down a secluded dirt road, situated between affluent waterfront houses and a less affluent, swampy area. The setting had an eerie atmosphere, particularly in the early morning darkness. One day, as I waited at the bus stop, I sensed that something was off. It felt wrong from the moment I left home. Standing alone, surrounded by dense woods with no houses nearby, I began hearing faint movements in the distance. Something was slowly rustling through the brush, intermittently pausing. Initially, I dismissed my unease as paranoia, trying to rationalize the sounds. But my anxiety heightened as the noise persisted and seemed to draw nearer. I felt as though I were being watched, and the unknown presence in the woods seemed to be closing in on me. Growing increasingly fearful, I reassured myself that it was just my imagination running wild. However, the minutes dragged on, and the noises grew closer. The suspense became unbearable. Suddenly, silence descended, and a snapped twig shattered the quietness right behind me. I froze, anticipating an animal lunging at me. I dared not turn around, relying on my backpack as a feeble shield. Then, I heard a distinct, muffled cough. Undoubtedly human. Panic surged through me. The realization that someone was hiding in the woods sent shockwaves of terror. The pattern of sounds and their proximity made it evident that this person had been inching closer while trying to conceal their presence. Innocence was not their intention. Overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty, I contemplated making a dash back to my dad's house, knowing he possessed firearms for protection. However, I hesitated, fearing an ambush if I turned my back. Just as I was on the verge of fleeing, the bus appeared, illuminating the area with its headlights. I kept my gaze fixed on the woods until I heard the bus door open behind me. I swiftly boarded, rushing to the back seat. Although it was unlikely that the individual would follow me onto the bus, I was prepared to escape through the emergency exit and seek safety at my dad's house. As the bus transported me to school, I sat in the back corner, replaying the harrowing incident in my mind. I remained silent, unsure if anyone would believe my story and fearful of potential embarrassment. I never used that bus stop again. Years later, I discovered that the surrounding area, including the dirt road, was infested with sex offenders and criminals. It dawned on me that someone had been observing me at that stop, likely with malicious intent. The thought still sends shivers down my spine, and I am grateful for the fortuitous timing of the bus's arrival, sparing me from a possible ordeal so close to home. During my deployment in Afghanistan, I was assigned the task of assisting the operator flying the Raven, a small unmanned aerial vehicle equipped with an infrared camera, during nighttime operations. Our mission primarily involved searching for insurgents planting roadside bombs, a rather monotonous duty. However, one particular night, something peculiar caught our attention on the camera's feed. In the corner of the camera's view, we noticed a distinct circular hot spot. Intrigued, we maneuvered the Raven to obtain a better perspective, hoping to unravel the mystery of this featureless, intensely glowing sphere. Whether displayed in white and cold or black and hot, this enigmatic entity remained an impenetrable, solid black, unwavering for approximately 5 minutes. Then, abruptly, it swiftly descended, almost touching the ground as we flew at an altitude of around 160 feet above ground level. Just as swiftly, it ascended back into the sky, disappearing from the Raven's range. Intrigued and perplexed, we immediately reported the sighting of this unidentified flying object, UFO, to the Tactical Operations Center, TOC. However, their response offered little satisfaction. They dismissed it as a mere glitch, stating that there was no corresponding satellite data in that specific area. Determined to investigate further, we turned to the footage recorded on our specialized Toughbook laptop. To our astonishment, when we reviewed the footage, we discovered a glaring omission. The 5 minutes encompassing the UFO sighting were conspicuously missing. It was as if those crucial moments had been deliberately erased or simply vanished into thin air. There is an expansive stretch of woods and forests near my house, a vast playground for exploration during my childhood. It was a common occurrence for my friends and me to venture into this realm, stumbling upon discarded items like clothing, gardening tools, and even a forgotten twister game. On one particular day, driven by curiosity and a sense of mischief, we decided to venture into the woods once again. As we roamed around, a rustling sound broke the tranquility of the surroundings. We dismissed it as some harmless animal, jokingly attributing the noise to their playful antics. However, the subsequent sound we heard was unlike anything we had encountered before, a prolonged, eerie sound reminiscent of accidentally stepping on a cat's tail. An eerie silence enveloped the forest, sending shivers down our spines. The stillness was so profound that the faintest sound would have echoed like a thunderclap. It was in that moment of eerie quietude that we beheld its presence. With startling agility, it darted past us on all fours, its bulging eyes fixated upon us. It stared directly into our souls, resembling a deer caught in the headlights of an approaching car. Frozen in fear, we lacked the instinct to fight or flee, only sheer terror gripped our beings. The creature lingered for a brief moment, turning its head with an unsettling motion when one of us dared to make a slight movement. In hindsight, its visage seemed as if a wild animal had suffered the gruesome loss of its facial features, yet the fluidity of its movements was deeply unsettling. Emitting another spine-chilling noise, our peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a black bear in the distance. Without hesitation, the creature charged toward the bear, providing us the perfect opportunity to escape. We sprinted away with unmatched speed, propelled by adrenaline and the echoes of that creature's unsettling noise reverberating through our minds. From that day forward, I adamantly refused to set foot in those backyard woods ever again, haunted by the memory of that chilling encounter. I used to live in northern Wisconsin, a ways north of Minocqua. Our house was against a mostly endless chunk of forest, and I used to go walking all day with my dog, some lunch, a compass, and a .22 just to plink away at squirrels or whatever varmint. One fine day I had ranged particularly far into a mossy low area with soggy ground. The forest had that eerie stillness that seems unnatural, that humans don't like. I came out into a clearing with a slightly raised area and saw a goddamn shanty town. It was this cobbled together town. I shit you not. Had a little main street and maybe 7 to 10 buildings. One of them was even 2-story. I stayed still for a minute, and my dog knew to do the same, and just watched. I decided it was actually a nice place. The clearing let a little sunlight in. The shanties were decorated with those leftover carpet squares. I could see Christmas lights strung up, probably for light, not festive purposes. Nothing moved, no sounds. So I took a few steps in, gun in hand, not on shoulder. I leaned in the doorway to the first shack. It was well lit via some windows and it was clearly an apartment. Some candles, and a bunch of shitty magazines. It had a bed, a makeshift bookshelf and a makeshift kitchenette. There was a bit of uneaten food that had not yet rotted on the bookshelf. That last one really caught my attention. I usually go quietly in the woods, but I hadn't been approaching with stealth in mind. Looked at my dog, saw a ridge of hair on his back. At this point I felt very foolish and conspicuous. Decided it was time to GTFO. My .22 wasn't going to stop anyone, and it was of course a rifle, poor for close quarters against multiple moving targets. So me and the pooch noped the F out of there. After we were about 500 yards, we jogged for about 30 minutes just to gain distance. We made sure to cross a few streams and alter course a few times. Later in life I did a mission to go back there. This time I approached with stealth in mind, no dog, and a different gun. No shanty town, all gone. But I could still clearly see signs of where the shacks used to be, and their community fire pit. I assumed they went deeper. As a police dispatcher, I had grown accustomed to the occasional strange or unexpected call, but this was unlike anything I had experienced before. It was late, and the station was quiet, with only a few of us working the night shift. The closed radio channel was rarely used, reserved for sensitive communications or emergencies. So when the sound of static broke through the silence, my curiosity was piqued. At first, the static was overpowering, drowning out any discernible words. My coworker and I exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what could be causing such interference. But then, amidst the crackling noise, we both heard it, the faint, desperate voice calling for help. "Help me," the voice pleaded, barely audible over the tumultuous static. It sent shivers down my spine, a chilling plea that seemed to echo through the room. We strained our ears, trying to make sense of the muffled words, but the interference made it nearly impossible. The minutes turned into hours as we listened attentively, hoping to catch more than those two haunting words. Each time the voice came through, it seemed to grow slightly clearer, as if fighting against the barrier of static. We were determined to uncover the source of this distress call, to assist whoever was in need. As the night wore on, my coworker and I became more frustrated. We knew that every transmission sent over the radio was recorded, logged with the officer's radio identification. It was standard protocol, ensuring accountability and maintaining a record of all communication. Yet, when we searched for the recordings and logs, there was nothing to be found. It was perplexing. There should have been evidence of those transmissions, a digital trail to follow. But it was as if the recordings had vanished into thin air, erased from existence. We were thorough in our search, combing through the system, but it was as if the mysterious voice had never spoken at all. We shared our findings with the senior staff, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. To our surprise, they were aware of similar incidents that had occurred sporadically in the past. It seemed that this eerie voice had haunted a few dispatchers over the years, always managing to elude being captured on record. It was a phenomenon that defied explanation. I'm currently working as a park ranger, but before this, I had a job at a different park that I doubt I'll ever set foot in again after what I experienced there last year. During the day, the park was bustling with visitors, and I would conduct numerous walkthroughs and tours. However, my favorite part of the job was when everybody left at night, and I had the entire park to myself. Being surrounded by nature made me the happiest, so this job was a perfect fit for me. One day, an older lady came into the park and asked for a tour. She stood out as the kindest person I had ever met, and she seemed to genuinely enjoy my company. For some reason, she prolonged the tour, calling me a child throughout, but in a way that seemed endearing to me. We connected on a deep level and shared a passion for nature. Spending the whole day with her felt wonderful, and there was something warm about her presence that I couldn't quite explain. As darkness fell, the lady began to grow melancholic, and I asked her about it. She confided in me that she felt saddened by our time together coming to an end. I reassured her that she could come back to the park anytime she wanted and talk to me. She expressed her gratitude and said she hoped for another chance to visit, but in her voice and eyes, I sensed a belief that she would never see me again after that night. It was a somber moment, and I wondered if she was ill or facing some other life-threatening situation, but I refrained from prying as it would have been impolite. She mentioned wanting to show me something and led me to a secluded area of the park where a beautiful fountain stood. She explained that the fountain, made of marble, was a cherished creation of her grandfather. To her, it was the most magnificent fountain ever built. As a child, she would often come to its edge and gaze at the water, imagining what her future would hold. However, she never anticipated it would turn out the way it did. Despite her inner calm and peace, the sadness lingered in her eyes. In a tender moment, she cupped my face in her hands and expressed how proud she was of me, how everything had unfolded just as she had hoped. Her words confused me, but I hesitated to ask for clarification. She then said it was time to say goodbye and walked behind the fountain. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed her, only to find that she had vanished into thin air. It was bewildering because there was no trace of the old lady anywhere. I approached the reception and asked if they had seen an older lady matching her description, but they denied the presence of any such visitor that day. The whole situation felt incredibly eerie, but I pushed it aside and carried on with my day. Fast forward 2 months later, I was flipping through my mother's photo album and stumbled upon a picture of the old lady. I was taken aback and immediately inquired about her identity. What my mother told me shook my reality and memory to the core. She revealed that the woman in the photo was my great-grandmother. The revelation left me questioning everything, even to this day. I still believe that something inexplicable occurred during that encounter. The following day, I quit my job. If I ever come across that fountain again, I fear what the truth behind the old lady's words might be, and I'm too afraid to find out if what she told me was indeed true. Eric Johnson was a man who belonged to two worlds, the bustling realm of his family and the serene depths of the ocean. Tall and muscular, with a weathered face that spoke of countless hours spent under the sun, Eric possessed a rugged charm that matched his adventurous spirit. His salt and pepper hair framed a pair of piercing blue eyes that reflected his deep love for the sea. The ocean had always called to him, captivating his imagination with its mysteries and enchanting beauty. But hidden beneath Eric's love for the ocean was an unyielding fear, an unspoken dread of the unknown lurking within the deep. This fear had its roots in a childhood incident etched into his memory. As a young boy, Eric had witnessed a terrifying creature emerge from the shadowy depths of the ocean, its monstrous form haunting his dreams ever since. Despite this deep-rooted phobia, Eric couldn't resist the pull of the ocean's allure. It was as if an invisible force beckoned him to confront his fears, to unravel the mysteries that had plagued him for so long. And so, with trepidation and determination intertwined, Eric made the decision to embark on an expedition to an uncharted region of the ocean, an endeavor that would test his courage in ways he couldn't have imagined. Accompanied by a team of marine researchers and fellow divers, Eric descended into the watery abyss. The journey began with a mix of excitement and unease, as strange and foreboding signs began to reveal themselves. A missing research vessel, whispered tales of bizarre occurrences in the deep, and eerie oceanic phenomena that defied rational explanation. All of these cast a haunting aura over the expedition. But it was during a routine dive, beneath the weight of unfathomable depths, that Eric's worst nightmares manifested into a chilling reality. As he maneuvered through the dark currents, a sudden shift in the water alerted him to a presence unlike anything he had encountered before. His heart raced as he turned to face the behemoth before him, a creature of colossal proportions, dwarfing any known species that inhabited the ocean's depths. Its massive form, resembling a monstrous shark from the pages of ancient legends, sent shivers down Eric's spine. Its cold, malevolent eyes pierced through the murky waters, locking onto his own, freezing him in place. The creature possessed a primal power that surpassed even that of the mighty white shark, an embodiment of pure terror that awakened every dormant fear within Eric's soul. In a frenzy of violence, the monstrous beast attacked the team, its ferocity leaving no room for escape. Panic consumed the divers, their futile attempts to ward off the creature only feeding its insatiable hunger. The once unified team became a scattered chaos, their cries swallowed by the unforgiving depths. But Eric, driven by an instinct for survival and a desperate will to defy his fate, found himself doing the unimaginable. He became the antithesis of his fellow divers, moving with calculated precision, dodging the creature's relentless assaults. His mind, fueled by fear and adrenaline, deciphered a pattern in its relentless attacks, a pattern he exploited to his advantage. Finally, a moment of opportunity arose. Eric seized it, swimming with every ounce of strength left in his battered body. In a burst of sheer willpower, he broke free from the clutches of the abyssal horror, ascending towards the surface where salvation awaited. Gasping for air, his heart pounding, Eric pulled himself onto the safety of the waiting boat. He glanced back at the haunting abyss, knowing deep within his soul that he would never return to those treacherous depths again. The harrowing encounter had forever altered his perception of the ocean, transforming it from a sanctuary of wonder to a realm of nightmares. As the boat sailed back to port, Eric carried with him the scars of his encounter, an indelible mark etched upon his spirit. In this report, I wish to remain completely anonymous. I'm a police officer and I had a sighting of a strange humanoid werewolf-looking creature while patrolling a rural section of Baxter County, Arkansas. Another officer had spotted the creature at a four-way stop, and I was sent to investigate. When I arrived at the location, the peculiar-looking humanoid emerged and started walking across one of the roads, disappearing quickly into the nearby brush. As it turns out, this area has a long history of werewolf-type activity, along with unexplained animal deaths and disappearances. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to assess the creature's size before it vanished into the wooded area. I conducted a search of the location and found several sets of tracks on the dirt roads, but due to recent rainfall, they were not clear enough to determine what might have been responsible. This report is the only official complaint from an officer thus far, although other officers from the same department have come forward to share their knowledge of the area. One officer even mentioned that his own grandfather had told him about a werewolf-like creature living in this vicinity. Due to its remote location, very few people ever venture there, and there had been no other reports until now. Since then, a string of stories about strange and disturbing creatures has emerged from around the world. Some reports, including those on sites like Reddit, mention sightings of werewolf-like creatures. While this is not a new phenomenon, as there have been reports of such beings for centuries in America, one incident stood out among the others. The incident involved a mother and child who witnessed what they believed to be a Bigfoot near their home just outside of town. They managed to position themselves with a camera and started recording. What followed would be familiar to those who have seen werewolves before. The description given resembled a dog or wolf suffering from mange, which causes hair loss and other physical ailments. However, there was an important note. the apparent foul smell emitted by this sickly-looking animal. Yes, Dogman, Bigfoot, and werewolves have all been associated with strong odors, and this particular sighting seemed highly likely, considering the location. Similar sightings have been reported in these parts, and the locals are aware of what they might be encountering. Another report involved two separate officers, each with their own stories about encounters while patrolling this specific part of Arkansas. Most of these encounters took place at night, and although there is little information available about them, witnesses commonly describe the creatures as being around 5 to 6 feet tall, gaunt, and thin. Glowing eyes are also frequently mentioned, which seems to be a common characteristic among these types of encounters. One officer shared that while in the same area, he observed something moving swiftly into the trees. At first, he thought it might be an animal, but then he heard another report over his radio about a Bigfoot sighting nearby. This proximity unsettled him, making him uncertain about what he had truly witnessed. In yet another report, a pilot flying his small plane around 5 a.m. encountered what appeared to be a massive, hairy creature. Several other pilots in the rural region of Arkansas had also spotted it. According to the officer, residents of these areas have been sharing stories for years about encountering these strange creatures, and some claim to know people who hunt them. Among the most intriguing encounters, I found one involving a police officer from Cowling County. He responded to an animal complaint near the town of DeQuincy one evening. As he arrived at the scene, he saw two sets of eyes peering from behind a nearby tree, emitting an extremely bright glow. This was his first sighting of what he believed to be a huge canine-like creature. However, when it opened its mouth and let out an otherworldly growl, he backed away in fear. The officer described the creature as approximately 8 feet tall, covered in dark smoky fur. Lastly, the final sighting occurred on Highway 165 near Wilmer, where another officer had responded to a call about children claiming to have seen a Bigfoot or werewolf-like figure. According to their description, this entity had very long arms, hands resembling those of a raccoon or a human, and it was enough to frighten the officer away from the scene. I work as an EMT for an ambulance company. EMS has always been full of superstitions, and most of us believe in the supernatural on account of all the crazy gruesome stuff we get to see on any given shift. Every company, every EMT, every firefighter has a story about the station that is haunted or something that happened to them that can only be explained as paranormal. For the company I work at, we have about 5 stations, each with their own stories. Only 1 or 2 truly scary stories though. Mostly things like employees seeing shadows out of the corner of their eyes, getting uneasy feelings in the stations, or hearing an unexplained knock, voice, or being hissed or growled at occasionally. The station I work at was no different. The station I work at is our main station, meaning that is where we keep all of our extra resupply. So it is not uncommon for various crews to be going in and out of the station at all hours of the day. It was common knowledge that the ambulance bay was creepy at night. And people report hearing voices, footsteps, or ambulance doors opening and closing out in the garage. Now, I've worked at this station for 2 years and I've heard these things, but it's always been easy to dismiss this as my partner doing something out in the bay or another crew doing some late night resupply. The only experience I've had there that I couldn't explain was I was distinctly growled at in the garage late one night. At that time I quickly realized that the only person in the bay was me, and I certainly didn't growl at myself, and quickly left. That was all I ever experienced there, and for the most part felt very comfortable at that station. Until last night. The station is small and consists of a living room with a kitchenette attached to a hallway. This hallway leads to the garage on one side, the bathroom on the other, and at the end of hallway is a door leading to the junior's bedroom, which you can then walk through to get to the SR's bedroom. If you go into the garage, there is a staircase that leads into the attic that stretches above the entire living quarters of the station. Me, Junior, and my partner, Senior, are dead asleep in our respective bedrooms. All the doors closed. When I am awoken to all these loud banging noises and the walls shaking, I realize that this banging isn't just banging, but actually running. Something huge, heavy, and fast is stomping and running around in the attack upstairs. It is stomping and running so loud it is quite literally shaking the walls. Whatever it was must have been huge to have been making sounds this loud. Then, it gets faster. It's so fast and loud. It is running across the entire length of the attack. It is moving faster than anything can move. The stomping is happening one right after another. It almost sounded like there were 10 people up there, or a creature with too many legs running right above my bed. It's so fast. It's too fast. I'm sitting upright in my bed now, huddled in the corner of the bedroom, absolutely horrified. I get this deep, visceral, primal feeling of dread. Almost like what prey must feel like when they are being hunted. And suddenly, it's as if a thought from somewhere else is placed into my mind, and I just know with every fiber of my being, that it knows that I am awake and that I know it's there. Like sick twisted version of that Spider-Man meme. In between the stomping and the running I can hear this barking, whirling sound. It's hard to describe. Like a grunt mixed with the sound of wind. It is making this sound as it is running. I realize that it is moving so fast I can hear the wind it is creating swooshing and whipping around it, and it is grunting as it is running. So now I very silently get up and I walk over to the SR bedroom door and try to open it, but it's locked. I feel as though I can't make a noise or it will come through into the station and kill me. I'm quietly knocking on the door. I'm crying, pleading for my partner to let me in. I'm thinking, this is so loud, there's no way she is asleep, but she is. She's out cold and I don't get a response. I decided that my partner had the right idea and I crept over to the junior bedroom door, separating my bedroom from the hallway that leads to the garage and the rest of the station, and locked the door. So I silently creep back over to my corner in the bed with my blankets and begin to text her. It is 1:45 and I am begging her to wake up over text and describing what I am hearing. She's not answering, so I text her fiancé and ask him to call her and wake her up, but he's not answering either. It is at this point I decide to text my mom. As I'm sitting there, you get a similar feeling to before, an intense dread, a stark realization of pure truth. It doesn't even feel like my own thought, more like a piece of truth was just slipped to me by the universe. The thing upstairs is not human. I'm explaining to my mom what I am hearing. All these loud swishing wind sounds and stomping and running. Then I hear it run down the stairs. When I tell you, my heart stopped and my soul left my body. When I heard coming down the stairs, my stomach dropped into my ass and I was nauseous. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I was waiting for it to start pounding on the door, and I had never been more thankful in my life because I thought to have locked it earlier. I was waiting for screaming or the door to start shaking or something. But it never came. It ran, impossibly fast and hard, back up the stairs. Up the stairs, down the stairs, across the attack, down the attack, above my head in circles, down the stairs, up the stairs, down the stairs, across the attack, down the stairs. It is going all over. Too fast. So now I'm absolutely hysterical on the phone with my mom. No one ever prepared me for dealing with being hunted and taunted by a demon. My mom is trying to calm me down. She asks me, what do you want me to do? I didn't know. I don't know what she can do. I don't know what to do. I just whisper, I don't know what to do. Just please don't hang up. She tells me to bang on my partner's door and wake her up, and I do. My partner wakes up and hear rustling in her bedroom, and she goes, yeah, in a dismissive voice, and slowly walks over to the door and opens it. I literally shoved her back in the room, whipped around faster than I ever moved in my life, closed the door and locked it. I explained to her everything I was hearing, and we go and sit on the bed. The activity is dying down now, but it is still active enough for her to hear the running upstairs too. It is now 2:45. Another crew that gets off at 3 got to our station to put their truck away and clock out to go home. Me and my partner huddled together, glued to each other's hips, hurried outside together to meet with them out in the building parking lot. It is at this point that we realize that a completely separate crew from around 23:11 p.m. that night had not only left our truck full of medical equipment and drugs unlocked out in the parking lot in an area known for being a not-so-great area, but also left our garage door open, giving literally just anybody access to our entire station. Me and my partner are terrified and aren't willing to go back into the station at this point. The crew that's getting off at 3 goes into the station to clock out, and when they come back they see us hanging out in our truck. They joke with us for a minute over the ghost and make fun of us for sleeping in the truck for the rest of the shift. We ask them if they heard anything, and to which the SR on that crew, who has been there for a long time and staunchly believe in the supernatural, says yeah, it definitely sounds like there is someone walking up there. But he's harmless. Me and my partner are just harmless? That thing is not harmless. They leave and we decided to call for PD to make sure that it wasn't some crackhead that had gotten in while the garage door had been left open. PD got there and searched very thoroughly and found no one and no evidence of anyone being there. It is 4 and we notify our dispatch that station was cleared to be safe by PD, and together we venture back inside. We elected to keep the truck in the parking lot so we would have to go back into the garage if we got a call or needed to make a quick escape from the demon. And together we huddled together in the living room with all the lights on until we get off at 7. I heard a few minor bumps and bangs, but nothing crazy. Things that could be dismissed as house noises and whatnot. I barely slept. And I am not looking forward to going back there later this week. When I was a police officer, I had the ability to bond with folks with mental health issues. They would calm down and the situation would diffuse itself. There was one older woman. She had an apartment, but would wander the streets at all hours. She would scream at passing cars, go into businesses and start asking for money, and steal people's food, etc. She also shoplifted. A lot. Needless to say, she got arrested a lot. When she would be arrested, she would fight like a wildcat, injuring herself and the officers arresting her. Except for me. I would say, "Annie, you're gonna have to go with me now," and she would. The first time arrested her, I asked if she had eaten and she said no. So I stopped at KFC and got her a 2-piece and a biscuit. Drove real slow to the jail, so she could eat. After that, when she got caught stealing, she would request me to take her in. I didn't mind, because no one got hurt. Annie didn't bathe real regular, so to freshen up she would splash herself with Stetson after shave. The combination of her body odor and the Stetson could really gag you. Fast forward and I've gotten promoted to sergeant. Right after coming on for afternoon shift, we get a fatal car accident. Annie had walked into the street at rush hour and been run over by a truck. Pretty bad scene. The wheel crushed her head, and I couldn't help but be depressed, because while she could be a pain, she couldn't help it. It was just sad. When I got promoted, I was issued an unmarked car to replace my marked unit, 361. I was out on the road later that evening when dispatch got a call that someone was breaking into one of the cruisers parked behind the station. They said the person was in the back seat, sitting. I was close and responded. The citizen pointed out the cruise and it was my old 361. When I got to it, no one was in it. I opened it up, and was immediately hit with the overpowering smell of Stetson aftershave. When I was just a kid, roughly 14, I am now 20, my dad and I went archery hunting on state game land a couple miles from our house. There were a lot of tram roads from people mining for coal back in the days. That said, we were a mile from the main road where we had our tree stands at. My dad's stand was about 100 yards east of mine. Anyway, it was getting dark, so I knew to head out of the stand and meet my dad at the truck. I heard all this crashing and thought, 1, My dad was meeting me at my stand for once, and two, he was making a lot of noise. So I turn my head and boom, I see two little bear cubs play fighting with one another. They couldn't have been a year old. Truly a beautiful sight to see. However, what terrified me the most? Where was Mama Bear? I immediately called my dad, freaking out. He said, "Well, you're an idiot for staying in the woods this long. Should have been at the truck by now. Just make your way towards me, I'll meet you on the trail." The cubs were far enough out to where I could still see them, but there was a good distance between us. With my arrow still notched and my 3-pocket knife in my hand, I climbed out of my stand and tried to be as quiet as possible. I met my dad and we made it home. I have never been more terrified of the woods. Except when I run into a spider web hanging face level in the middle of a trail. Heart attack. Every time. I work in the field of prison corrections, where surveillance is a critical part of our operations. In the supervisor's control booth, I have a clear view of the inmate housing unit control booths where my deputies closely monitor the activities of the inmates. One particular night, as I glanced at the CCTV monitors, I noticed my deputy sitting in the control booth. Curiosity struck me, and I decided to call him to inquire about the person standing behind him. It was an odd sight because there shouldn't have been anyone else present, as everyone had responded to an emergency call. To my surprise, he replied that he was alone in the booth. Confused, I continued watching as the figure remained there, while my deputy diligently searched for the mysterious presence. As soon as he settled back in his seat and picked up the telephone, the figure vanished into thin air. Determined to make sense of what I had witnessed, I hurriedly went to review the security footage, hoping to capture evidence of the strange figure. However, as I meticulously examined the recorded footage, there was no trace of the mysterious entity. It was as if it had never appeared on the screen at all. Ever since that incident, whenever my gaze falls upon that particular camera angle on the monitor, a shiver runs down my spine. The memory of that inexplicable sight lingers, haunting me to this day, even though it happened 6 years ago. At that time, I was a Presbyterian minister, visiting the bustling city of Chicago with my young son. Our purpose for being there was to explore the wonders of the Museum of Science and Industry, a place that promised to ignite our imaginations and inspire our curiosity. Little did we know that our visit would take an unexpected turn into the realms of mystery and intrigue. As we navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the museum, marveling at the exhibits that unfolded before our eyes, we inadvertently strayed from the well-trodden path. The hallways seemed to twist and turn, leading us deeper into the heart of the building, away from the familiar attractions that drew the attention of other visitors. Lost in this maze of unfamiliar territory, we stumbled upon a room that seemed out of place, as if it existed in a different dimension from the rest of the museum. The air hung heavy with an aura of secrecy and anticipation. Our eyes were drawn to a large glass case that stood in the center, its contents obscured by a veil of curiosity. As we approached the case, our senses tingling with anticipation, we were confronted by a sight that defied explanation. Within the glass enclosure lay small humanoid bodies, their forms eerily preserved for all eternity. They possessed a delicate fragility, yet their presence emanated an otherworldly energy that sent shivers down our spines. Before we could fully process the gravity of what we were witnessing, a group of men descended upon us, their purpose as enigmatic as the beings encased in glass. They demanded my immediate attention, forcibly guiding me to a secluded corner of the room. Papers were thrust before me, demanding my signature without explanation or respite. Fear mingled with confusion as I complied, their stern gazes leaving no room for defiance. I was granted no opportunity to question or resist. The ordeal was over as abruptly as it had begun, and we were allowed to leave, the weight of secrecy heavy upon my conscience. Confounded by the enigmatic encounter, my young son and I departed the museum, carrying with us a story that defied conventional explanation. Years later, in 1974, my son, now grown, recounted the bizarre incident to Sharon Larson of the Center for UFO Studies. The memories resurfaced, a reminder of the extraordinary circumstances we had encountered within the Museum of Science and Industry. The details were etched in our minds, forever ingrained in our family's history. To this day, the questions linger. What was the significance of those small humanoid bodies? Who were those men that compelled me to sign those mysterious papers? The answers remain elusive, hidden within the depths of an enigma that continues to captivate the imagination of those willing to explore the uncharted realms of possibility. During my 8 years as a U.S. Navy submariner, I experienced an unforgettable incident. On one occasion, I found myself succumbing to exhaustion and dozed off aboard the submarine, which was a rare luxury given the demanding nature of our work. Little did I know that this moment of slumber would lead me into a realm of dreams that I would later refer to as the dreamfish. In my sleep-deprived state, I dreamt of an extraordinary creature that seemed to attach itself to our submarine when we ventured into the depths of the ocean. This dreamfish possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate our thoughts and influence our dreams using some form of telepathy or brainwave manipulation. In the dream, I was acutely aware that my thoughts and dreams were being influenced by this enigmatic entity, even though I understood it was not real. The communication with the dreamfish occurred through emotional suggestions rather than words, creating a surreal and bewildering experience. It was by far the craziest and most peculiar dream I had ever encountered. Although I firmly believe that the dreamfish is merely a creation of my subconscious mind, I must admit that subsequent dreams featuring this elusive creature occurred only when we were below a certain depth. Upon waking, I would instinctively determine the submarine's depth during the period of my slumber, something I hadn't bothered to check or know prior to falling asleep. Does the dreamfish truly exist? Logically speaking, it is highly unlikely. However, the allure of its existence lingers in my mind. Perhaps, if you find yourself falling asleep beneath the embrace of the ocean waves, you too might encounter this enigmatic dreamfish. Only then will you truly know if it is more than just a figment of the imagination. My friends are into hardcore survival. We got to remote areas of the UK and try to stay for a week. No food, water or technology, but all is kept in our car close by in case of emergency. Anyways, we were in the middle of a forest we frequent because we know it well, and in the winter months food is harder to find. The sun had been down for a few hours and the 6 of us were sitting around a fire, just having general conversations when I heard the worst piercing scream I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like a young adult teenager girl. It was definitely human, and for a solid 10 seconds there was just repeated screaming followed by silence. I've been out in the wilds to know what foxes sound like and other animals like, and this was nothing like that. Me and some of my friends went to investigate and follow the direction of the scream while 2 of my friends stayed in camp. We looked for a solid 2 hours and couldn't find a thing, and headed back to camp. They didn't hear or see anything interesting either. We chalked it up to some animal or something and we all tried to sleep. Obviously, because of that experience, the good old primal senses went into overdrive and I could hear twigs snapping all around the outside of my shelter, but blamed exactly that and went to sleep after rationalizing to myself about the weird goings on. I was then woken up by one of my mates tapping me and saying he heard muffled whispering and looked genuinely panicked. To put it into context for you, I've known this guy for 7 years and I've never seen him spook like this, even when we go to weird spooky places like the Screaming Forest Great Place. I listened for this whispering and didn't hear anything, but I felt uncomfortable enough to wake the rest of the group up and we went home early. To this day I have no idea if it was just another group of people messing with us or if it was just him hearing things or what. I find it odd that in all our times going there we've never encountered anybody before. Nobody in our group has any idea what it really was. but we have fun pondering the possibilities. We've never gone back to that place because of that experience though. I was one of the naval officers fortunate enough to serve near Key West, where our days were filled with maritime duties and the constant vigilance that comes with protecting our nation's waters. It was a day like any other, with the sun casting its golden rays upon the endless expanse of ocean before us. As our motor launch smoothly cut through the gentle waves, our attention was abruptly captured by a sight that defied all reason. Suspended above the water, gleaming in the sunlight, was a cigar-shaped object unlike anything we had ever encountered. It hovered there, a silent enigma against the backdrop of the vast blue horizon. The bewilderment that gripped our hearts was soon interrupted by the arrival of a fighter plane, seemingly materializing out of thin air. With a swift maneuver, it darted toward the unidentified object, causing it to retreat into the heavens, vanishing in mere seconds. The abrupt departure left us stunned, our minds racing to comprehend the inexplicable events that had just unfolded before our eyes. Our motor launch eventually returned to the safety of the dock, the weight of our encounter weighing heavily upon our minds. To our astonishment, as soon as we disembarked, we found ourselves surrounded by a group of men clad in dark suits. Their presence exuded an air of authority, their steely gazes leaving little room for doubt. They swiftly took control of the situation, subjecting us to an interrogation that felt more like an attempt to discredit us than to seek the truth. Hours passed, filled with probing questions and skeptical glances, as if our accounts were nothing more than figments of an overactive imagination. The men in dark suits seemed determined to cast doubt upon our credibility, painting our remarkable experience as a fabrication or a misinterpretation of natural phenomena. The weight of their skepticism grew heavier with each passing moment, their relentless pursuit of discrediting our claims becoming more apparent. We were left to wonder, why were they so eager to silence our voices?